And we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neil.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by the return of Frank Farel of Spookies and Street
Hello.
Trash and just all around cool guy.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad I have, at least as far as I know, the past few years, I have pleased my fans when they hear me speak or I speak to them. That means a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually, go on, Sandra.
Our little interaction. I was just randomly watching Spookies one day, and here comes Frank, super dude.
I, well, it's interesting because, and I think I told you there that week there were like 3 pages that I suddenly discovered this discussion about spookies going on, and I mean, when I first spoke to you, that was sort of like shortly, I think, not too long after the Blu-ray had initially been released, that sort of re-alerted the world to spookies' existence and gave it some kind of love and respectability that it just never had before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think when we had you on last time, like a lot of people want to know about Street Trash, and
Right.
it seems like Spookies, like it's really people have become more aware of it in just the last
Well,
couple of years.
yeah, I mean, of course, because it's available, that makes a huge difference. But it's gotten out there quite a bit. I mean, it's been streaming all over the place. Joe Bob Briggs featured it,
That's a
that made
big
a
part. Yeah.
major difference. As far as I can see, that was probably the place the vast majority of people on Earth have seen it at this point.
Yeah, that's I think not to be overlooked, Joe Bob Briggs, because he brings
Yeah,
attention to a lot of movies that a younger generation might not know. And I also like that he has been showing newer movies too. It's not just like classic
yeah,
stuff
and
he's
I
doing.
think he's also. I think his popularity seems to have crossed generations to whatever extent. I've become somewhat friendly with Yuki and John Brennan from the show.
Mm-hmm.
John posed the Spookies rap, um, and that I really appreciate the fact that Joe Bob almost immediately responded to an email where I said, "Hey, I made this movie. You need to show it." And he said, "Yeah, I'm aware of it. We've actually been thinking about it." And within, I think it was 6 or 7 months, it was on the last
Oh,
ride.
nice. Wow, it's pretty fantastic. So that's really interesting. So you approached him, and you're like, "Here's this movie. Do
Yeah, well,
some."
look, Joe Bob. I have not met him,
Yeah.
but he makes himself, I think, approachable. He likes that, and I understand that because I feel the same way. It's like it's very meaningful to interact with people that like you, that you've done something that matters to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of interaction with him in the same way. He's a really nice guy, and he was on the show, and a little thing. So it was funny when I first contacted him. Someone had told me that he was when they did the basket case. So like what he's saying is very similar to what you and Annabelle say on this video we did with Kevin Van Hentenryck. And so
Right.
when I had asked him to come on the show and I had mentioned that or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, I actually watched your video for research on what Kevin was doing currently." And I was like, "I was kind of blown away that the video that Annabelle and I did was used for research."
As I said, you guys seem to have, you pardon the joke, but you seem to have your head screwed on. You seem to know, what to do and what information to find out. I mean, there are way too many people on the internet who don't understand or know anything about the subject they are supposedly expert in.
I
Yes,
am not
and
an
not just horror, but yeah.
No,
expert.
everything, including me. A lot, I've seen. I'm probably a lot more aware than most people my age of a lot of the stuff that's on YouTube, of the
Mhm.
personalities that have developed, of the rivalries that go on, all this stuff. And it's, I mean, one thing I've really noticed. I mean, and I think there's some really interesting, young people doing very worthwhile stuff all over the place. But there are also these unbelievable. I mean, it's like, it was always true that people who became suddenly rich and famous, a lot of them became sort of unmanageable. Their egos got out of proportion. Everything sort of went out of control. But some of these people, I mean, they go online and within a year they're millionaires, and they don't seem to understand how to deal with it at all. They seem like horrendous human beings. I can't imagine them living an entire life like that.
Maybe that's the trick. It's like if you're a decent person, you make no money doing it.
Yeah.
So I want to mention you're doing festivals and or conventions. Now, had you been approached to do that beforehand and were against it, or like what came the decision? Like I want to do it.
Off and on for like the past year.
Yeah.
My main, I forget what exactly where I was when I went to see you guys, but I think I had I was just either starting or in the middle of the script for Twisted Souls, Spookies 2. And that I finished. I've done 2 drafts since then. So, I mean, I have been trying to just get a lot of my ducks in place, to tell the truth, for the past almost since the Blu-ray came out.
Oh wow.
You know, in fact, because I also was heavily involved in the production of the Blu-ray and the extras and everything else, and that you know, most of the stuff in there is from my files, and so I've been working on Spookies since like 7 or 8 months before the Blu-ray came out a few years ago, and I haven't stopped since, because it's just opened up more and more opportunities, and people want to talk to me, and I'm you know, as you know, I mean, I want to take advantage of it. I want to make more films.
Yeah. So Spookies 2. When did you start getting the idea for this movie?
I guess I didn't talk about this last time. My partner Thomas Doran, who was one of my co-creators on Spookies, who's the co-director of the film, and you know, and one of the writers, along with Brendan Faulkner, our third partner. Tom and I continued to work together up until his death in 2016, and we had all kinds of plans. I mean, Tom was just an idea machine. He would come up with one intriguing idea after another, and you know, and write a couple of sentences or a few scenes or a description of an outline. And frequently, I'd say, "Oh, that's great! You have to write a full script." And he'd say, "I don't have time. You can have it." So. So he came up. Now, bear in mind, he was not happy with what had happened to us with Spookies, the film.
Yeah.
You know, and I understand him having a more visceral, emotional response to everything that happened, because he was directing. It was like, you know, the actual work he did was changed and you know, pretty well ruined for the most part, as far as I'm concerned. But
the documentary was really good and sad.
It is. It gives people a very different perspective. I think it's the thing that people, I think, should realize. It's, even though our film was a very extreme case of that. I mean, it goes on all over the film business. On low budget, big budget. It's like people, because they hold the purse strings, they, you know, at some point, you know, whether you go over budget or you do something that in the film that they object to, and you know, and because, you know, creative people are always problematic, obviously. But there's always that kind of, you know, push and pull, and unless you are super powerful, and even the super powerful in Hollywood, in so many cases, wind up bending because they have no choice to you know, to do things a certain way, or you know, to simply follow the wishes of their masters. But in our case, the guy we were dealing with was just he was so cliche, cartoonishly dishonest and slimy and underhanded. You know, it's like, if you're, I don't know, I guess Trump does this to a great extent too. It's like, if you're committing criminal acts, don't brag to people about it. It's probably not a good idea. But
that's part of their thrill, though. Their thrill is that they're just putting it out there, and they're just getting. I
totally understand that. I've known enough criminals in my life. But you don't start telling it to the people. You don't tell the people you're doing business with currently how you really fuck the guy you did business with.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well for future working conditions. But
you know, I mean, the interesting thing is that stories become pretty well known amongst the horror crowd at this point. You know, and for so many years it was just you know, myself and the guys that made Spookies. That was, you know, it was our private little hell that we didn't know how to expand the boundaries of.
So during that period, before like you get online, and then before the Blu-ray and you get your story out there, was there a time like you just didn't want to even pursue doing like anything in movies?
Oh, well, this is the irony, right? Because Tom, he Tom would just like have these bursts of creativity, like I said, and come up with an idea or an outline for something or a couple of scenes, and I just think, wow, this is terrific. Let's make this immediately. But he, over the years, again and again, we talked about it. And we knew, all right, the bet, because we were still out there writing scripts, we were still looking for money, we were still trying to get films made, and he felt, as did I, that our best bet, whether we liked it or not, this was before the Spookies Blu-ray came out, was a sequel to Spookies, because all right, it was somewhat known, even though it had never really gotten beyond the VHS here in the USA, and there's at least something there we can point to that has. We knew something. We knew it had a bit of a following. We had no idea, what the. In fact, Tom refused to. I still have text chats with him, where he's like, basically raging, saying, "I refuse to believe Spookies has any kind of a following. I will not make a sequel as long as I live. I refuse." Just on and on and on. And then we sort of came to the conclusion. All right. It's still our best bet, and he came up with a sequel idea like out of nowhere, and I really liked it. I thought it's totally different than the first movie. It grabs a few elements from it directly, so you can say it's a sequel, but it could just as easily not have those elements and play just about the same. And it the thing was, I mean, we wanted to, after we went so many years, I can't tell you how many times we came this close to getting something bankrolled, and then things. I mean, you know yourself to some extent. I'm sure that it's always a matter of you're almost there, and then you're not, and you start again, and you have to be resilient and just keep going. And we couldn't help it anyway. We were too obsessive and just too unable to live our lives without thinking about making films. So he came up with this idea. I really liked it. I thought, all right, we can do something with this. And then a couple of years later, he passed away, and that was frustrating because we were sort of each other's support to a great extent. That we got along really well. We had similar tastes. I think each of us felt the other was a compliment to their own abilities and talents, and he was a very supportive friend, and I so regret that he's not here now to see the film at least have found its audience, have found some I don't know if it's mainstream yet. I mean, is it mainstream, or is this a mainstream show? I don't
Probably
know.
not, but it's still like I think weirder things are more mainstream than they used to be. Like I wouldn't see zombie shirts in the Walmart and
That's
stuff.
what I would say. Spookies is a cult classic.
Right, I guess.
Midnight movie, which is good. That's a good.
But it does have a big, but it does have it's weird because I think cult classics are more like people are more into that than they ever were.
Right, but I also look at something like that. The label cult classic can be used very lazily a lot of the time. Like, any obscure old film, it's a cult classic.
What would qualify as a cult classic?
I think it actually has to have some group. It can even be, 3 people. It doesn't have to be a large audience, but they sort of see something in it that is beyond whatever the surface mediocrity or badness may be. I mean, it's
not fair to apply to Spookies.
Say that again.
Is that fair to apply to Spookies? It's a strange movie.
I think it is. I mean, because you got to realize, for years I couldn't, myself and my partners, we could not come to terms with Spookies because, we'd look at it. It's all right. Yeah, we shot these shots, except everything is jumbled around and put into different sequencing. The certain good moments that should have been in there were not in there for one reason or another. And, it's the kind of thing, it's essentially like, somebody, it comes down, I guess it's like someone, kidnapping your child, mutilating them, and then trying to convince you, well, isn't this an improvement?
Now that's a movie.
That's a movie, yeah.
That's the thing, though. I think there's this story that the world knows. So
Yes.
It sucks that it's painful for you, of course. And there's just so much around Spookies that is unique among horror films. It's very different. For better or worse.
What I wanted to say about no, not to interrupt you, about the idea of cult classics in the internet world is like when I was a kid before the internet, a cult classic would really be cult because maybe 2 or 3 people in your town knew of the movie, or maybe just you.
Right.
But then when the internet comes around, it's like, well, we got 2 people in this town and this town. And then really you see like, oh, there's actually a pretty big following for this movie
Right. Well,
if you take a little bit from all around the world.
The people like that were there before the internet. The internet made you aware of how far certain things reach. But then the internet also brought my movie and so many other movies and so many other things to people that had no access to them before. So in a way, I mean, this is one of the things I really like right now is the fact that people are making hundreds, if not thousands, of micro-budget movies, you know, for like about as little as anyone could actually make a movie, which is a lot less than Hollywood will tell you. You can do it, and it's, you know, I'll look at websites or look at streaming sites or whatever, and like, damn, it's like, all right, these movies are right there between like $300 million Hollywood productions. It's like, you know, they don't have the equal, you know, push, they don't have the equal hype, etc., but they're there, and that kind of equality never existed up until fairly recently, I would say. There was no, you know, if you made some like cheap movie on video for $5,000, you'd have a hell of a time finding a distributor at one time.
Yeah. Something else I think is for horror movies is it movies that you know, made 30 years ago, they still like remembered and more people follow them today. But like a drama, even if it was up for awards, like most of those just are forgotten. Like if I watch old Ebert and Roper or Siskel and Ebert, and there'll be movies on there that were up for Oscars and stuff. I was like, oh, I haven't thought of that movie in forever, or maybe I never even heard of it. But
well, bear in mind that the prestige movies, the movies that are taken, you know, seriously, like they're about meaningful human issues and emotions, right? And I have nothing against that.
Yeah.
But they're not that those are probably my lesser favorite genres. Well,
Man of Street Trash does not approve.
Oh no, I'm not talking. What I'm saying is that I like stuff with kind of an edge of one sort or another, right? So a lot of times, if I just read a synopsis of something and it sounds like, you know, a fairly, you know, typical drama of one sort or another, it's like I really have to think carefully about whether or not this is even worth checking out. Most stuff like that, I just find, you know, it's okay. It's not going to excite me or engage me necessarily. But you know, when I look at, you know, who's the cast, who's directing and things like that. But a lot of stuff, it just, you know, I sort of feel I've seen a hell of a lot of movies, and I guess as you guys have too. And sometimes it's like, all right, you don't mind seeing the same thing again. You just want to see somebody do something creative with it instead of giving you exactly the same thing.
When I mention this a lot because we get a lot of screeners for the show, and even if something's technically well made, but it's like just very mundane, a haunted house, and it's just this exact same stuff I always see, and you could tell they're just like, they might even have some money in it, and there's nothing like technically wrong with it. It's shot well or whatever, but there's no inspiration at all, and they're not even really having fun. That to me is like the most boring thing to watch. And I could watch something that's technically very, very flawed, but I could tell that they're having fun or they're doing something different with it. That's way more entertaining to me.
Yeah, no, I agree, because you get it. And this is why I think I don't think AI movies are going to be such a huge hit with real film fans, because I think they want that element of unpredictability, of creativity, of feeling like, oh, all right, this is an angle on something I never thought of before. And I don't know. I mean, theoretically, I guess AI could be programmed to come up with, like, you know, quirky stuff on some level or another, but it's not going to happen naturally. It's simply, you know, because I mean, for me, I mean, what appeals to me or what I write is usually stuff that I come up with an idea and then, oh, that appeals to me. Maybe I should do something with it. And then I think nobody in their right mind would do that idea. No, seriously, it's
like a good reason to do it, though. No one in their right mind would.
That's a good reason to do it, but also because I think I only write something if I feel I can make it worthwhile enough, entertaining enough to surpass any other obstacles that may be inherent.
We got a lot of things here. I'm just going to grab a couple. James Balsamo, Frank is the Man.
Is that James?
Yes.
Oh, well, hi there, James. James is the man too. Now we're going to have an all-out war about who's the man.
Oh man.
Neil, you gotta post Jay.
How far down is it? Is it
Short.
like
Way
very?
up in the beginning.
All right. Okay, here we go. I was so psyched to see Spookies on TLD.
This guy's name is.
Oh, the
great.
last drive-in. The last drive-in. That's Jay. Okay, that's an I. Jal Shandenfrude. Freud.
I thought Scheuden. I think it's
Schadenfreude. There we go.
right, which is. I think I don't know if that's the correct spelling, but it's the German word for enjoying the problems and difficulties.
Schadenfreude.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Jay, I bring up Jay because he is notoriously not a fan of podcasts.
Oh.
It's very special.
Now he's really going to hate him when I totally butchered his name.
No. That's how much he loves Spookies. He's joined us today and commented.
Well, that's
Very
always
cool.
appreciated.
Very cool.
Yeah,
So,
he's getting a lot of love in the chat. Very much so. But it's fantastic. I think it's really interesting what you're saying about there's all this conversation about AI films and whatnot lately. I think it is going to boil down to the people that are seeing these super blockbuster things now, like there's a certain group of Marvel movie people who they're totally fine with basically the same story over and over. They're probably going to be fine with AI movies too.
Some of them will be, but are they fine now? A lot of these movies have not done the business that was expected in recent years.
Yeah,
a lot of, when a studio spends $100-300 million and the first weekend is not just like absolutely hitting it out of the park and they know they're in trouble. That used to happen occasionally with these films, but it's happening like fairly consistently these days.
yeah, the last bunch of Marvel movies, and then a lot of the DC ones have done really bad, like The Flash.
DC, I don't even know how they're keeping their head up at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'll be interesting because I know there's the idea of you're just going to be able to like say, I would like a movie with myself and this actor or actress or person. And I wonder how bored people will get with it, how quickly, because AI art is still such a phenomenon and people are out there just making their AI art.
See, I can't imagine wanting to make movies. I can imagine acting in movies, and myself being in them, but I would not. I don't have any interest to see myself in a hero role, artificially in a hero role. I mean, I guess some people would get off on that, but I mean, even film actors who have giant egos, I think, wouldn't be like so interested in that all the time.
Yeah, I know most actors that I've talked with, they feel very uncomfortable watching themselves. So I don't know what it would be like.
Here's the thing. What I've discovered is it can be uncomfortable. It's fine when you're alone, although sometimes you might cringe. It can be uncomfortable when you're with a limited number of people. If you're with a big audience and they're reacting really well to what you're doing on screen, I mean, for me, I find that like a totally freeing experience.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting all these laughs, and all I have to do is sit here and enjoy it with the others.
I have a little bit of experience with that now, and so I didn't say too much on our when we had our premiere at Fright Fest, but so we had a premiere of our movies at Fright Fest, and it was in between Terrifier 2, and then they did a special sneak of Barbarian. So everyone left at the end of our second movie to go see Barbarian, even though it was opening everywhere the next week. You could go see it, but. So watching, and it's like my first like really on camera, and it was not a fun experience, honestly, sitting there when everyone left, and there's not a bunch of people there.
Look at that! Uncle Frank.
Okay, that's
there we go.
My fault because I just brought up a new window with you guys.
I got you. I got you.
I have so many windows open that I can't find the original window.
Right. So it just broke. Well, so when everyone was leaving and stuff, watching me, that's not a fun experience. But then, when the one that Annabelle was at in LA and everyone was laughing, that was, an amazing experience. Can you hear us?
Your tab. I think Frank is trying to seek out his tab. I
see.
get that feeling. I've got like 500 tabs open at any given
Okay,
time.
all right. Well, I've lost your images. I'll just have to imagine that I'm looking at you.
Maybe you can find the right tab.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Yeah. Close some of those shady sites you've got open, Frank.
I wish.
If not, well,
every time I hit, I have a SteamYard tab, but it just keeps bringing up the. It's going to start again.
Oh, okay. We'll see.
Oh no, we're good.
no, we're good. All right.
Yeah. Excellent. We started a long time. Oh, we can do that question too.
Yeah, Edward Delgado, Frank, which spooky or twisted soul monster is your favorite?
Probably the spider creature.
Mm.
Even and my frustration that was scene directed by Tom Doran. It was his favorite of the scenes he shot for the film, and it was originally much longer. The monster did a lot more. It was seen. There, you can find on the internet stills of the spider creature with its legs extended, and for some reason that was not used in the final cut of the film. But that I think is the most impressive thing overall. It had various transformation stages. The final version was somewhat articulated. There were little like sort of assistant spiders on either side of the woman turning into the spider originally, which you now see very briefly the character there struggling with a smaller spider. But originally we had like animation, we had mechanical models for these.
Wow.
This is the thing that I cannot comprehend no matter what. It's like, all right, if you're going to take stuff out, why take this out?
The stuff that the audience for this kind of movie is the most thing that they wouldn't want to see.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Well, who would get credit for that scene being amazing?
Whoops. Hold on. I think I've lost you briefly. Hold on.
Oh.
Okay, you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was saying, who would get if this was brought to light in the time and not cut, who would be the person getting the credit for that scene?
Oh, Tom Doran.
All right. Well, who would not be getting credit for that scene?
The woman who took over the film and recut it.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to.
It is exactly.
I mean, as Tom always used to say, he said, if it had just been our movie, I'm willing to take anything anybody thinks of it, good or bad, whatever, and I'll own up to it if I think something is bad. But when you do something and then it's transformed into something that doesn't work in your own opinion. I think any creator is offended when something they make is changed, but when it's changed in ways that are detrimental, that make no sense. But he felt like ultimately, that for the rest of our lives we'd be taking the rap for something that was not really our responsibility in that sense.
Yeah, I was just, you mentioned being able to take the criticism and the praise regardless is so this movie came out and it was so cut up and cropped and redone in all these different ways. It's hard to even enjoy the praise because it's been so cut up.
Well, no, but that's the thing with the praise, with things like the documentary making the actual situation clearer to people, that brought out fans. And that brought me out of, I don't even know how to describe it, but I never felt free to take responsibility or to capitalize on Spookies. I didn't know how. I mean, it was a little, I did Street Trash too, and that was a little bit different, but with Spookies, that was, because I was a little more involved with that at the creative center to one degree or another. I felt, there was always something there that should have been, because I felt like we had absolutely pure intentions.
And so, are you obviously you're looking forward to going to the conventions, but is there what do you foresee it being like?
Well, I used to go to when I was younger, and we're going back to like the 70s, 80s. Conventions, they started out a lot smaller. They started to grow. They were always extremely sort of very fan oriented, like hardcore fan, and I mean, it was at one time it was all like I guess smaller conventions are now, where it's all small dealers with all their wares and their comics and all this stuff, and then I'm trying to remember what year it was, sometime like in the late '90s, maybe. I went to the Chiller convention in
Yeah,
New
that's still
Jersey.
going on too.
Right? No, I know.
Yeah.
And I was blown away because it was like, all right, Hollywood finally caught on. There were like what seemed like hundreds of celebrities. There was like tons of like really posh, high-priced, expensive merchandise all over the place. It seemed like they had somehow decided, all right, well, like the mainstream is ready for this now, and I think they are to some extent. But at the same time, I think losing that fan attitude and outlook is a detrimental thing to some extent.
Yeah, it's fun like seeing like a guy we know, Clay guy, and he makes little clay figures, and he hand makes them and stuff, and
Right.
that's fun. And then a mass produced thing is, that can be cool too. But there's something about, something this one guy like created, and he makes these weird characters that he personally likes, and there's
Right.
just something more fun about that, I think.
No, I agree. And in fact, I mean, one of the things I'm working on now is Spookies merchandise, including action figures. And right now, it's
Very
still
cool.
in a very sort of formative stage. But what I've done, which is what I wanted to do from the start, is because I have many fans of my films that are now either professionally or just as, I don't know what you want to call it, a hobby, or they simply do it out of the love of it, have gotten into things like model making, like makeup effects, plus all aspects of filmmaking. So to me, to bring people like this into a spooky sequel is a big idea, and that's what I've wanted to do for a while. But right now, I've got people who are self-proclaimed big fans of Spookies who are starting to put together. I just got like pictures of a 3D sculpt on the planchette from the Ouija board.
Oh wow, nice.
So little by little, this stuff will come together. I'm
Yeah.
not very experienced at making these things.
No, but
It sounds like you've got a lot of support from people who really
Yeah.
love what you've done.
Well, that's it. I mean, I can't tell you how often a lot of these people, I'll get people and they'll say, "Oh, I love Spookies. It really had a big impression on me as a child. I do X, Y, or Z now in movies." And then frequently they'll say, "Oh, well, if you ever need me for anything, feel free to call on me." People say things like, "I'll work for you for free," and which is wonderful. Even though I don't want them to work, but I appreciate that, and it's not a terrible thing at the moment because I'm still at the initial stages. Right now we're putting together. I have a partner that I've been working with for over a year, I guess, at this point, named David Williamson, who has been a big help. And he is right now he's the one who put everything for this convention together for me. He's going there with me. But to tell the truth, almost everybody has come to me. I haven't really. It's not like I've had to put the word out for the most part.
Yeah.
And that's very gratifying. I don't always. Let's put it this way. I also get a lot of scammers. Who want to, who I just got contacted by a woman 2 days ago claiming to be the wife of Anne Hathaway. Not the wife, pardon me, the mother of Anne Hathaway. And she did not stand up to my questions, meaning she's probably some guy in a bedroom in Uganda or something. It's But I get a lot of that type of thing from not usually from famous names of any sort, but from all kinds of people. So
I'm a big fan of the patches, by the way.
Say that again.
I like the patches because I like to put patches on.
Those are the work of a guy named Oiram Gutierrez, and he's been really terrific with that. He asked for permission. And I appreciated this because I have merchandising rights, but he approached me. He said, "I'd like to do this. Here's how I want to do it. Here's what I can give you out of it." And I was all for it. And I'm very grateful for that kind of thing. People who take a step. And I mean, believe me, there's tons of bootleg Spookies merchandise out there, like with everything else. but he did some nice work. I have a couple of other ideas for things I would like him to do. I have, much to my surprise, I have designed one T-shirt, and I'm about to design another, and I've never done anything like that before. So, but the overall response was good. So,
Very good.
Todd says you and him have twin beards.
It's a
Do-
great beard too.
well, thank you.
You're welcome. Fine beard.
I feel it's interesting because I do very little to maintain this beard other than let it grow, and I wash it and brush it, etc. I found out this is about as long as it's going to get,
Aha.
right about here. But I'm never sure what I should do with it. If I should shape it more, if I should, make some effort. And my barber, who lived just a few blocks away and did a great job of my hair and my beard, his building got basically torn down, and they're building something else there. So I am in need of a barber, and I don't know what to do with my hair or my beard.
You're not gonna like get Viking it and put like braids and beads and stuff? That'd rule.
Maybe. I mean, I need a personal fashion consultant, but that's
If
that's
anyone is out there who wants to help out with the beard, Edward Delgado, would Spookies 2 be a direct continuation or a brand new story?
It's a direct continuation in that it makes reference to the film, but it has, beyond that, the real story has little to do with Spookies. It's just sort of a springboard. There is the use of one of the central characters. There is reference to it. It goes in directions that I don't think anybody will expect.
So I'm wondering though, so it sounds like it's kind of like Spooky's name on it, but is it going to have the style? Obviously not exactly.
No, because first of all, it's not a haunted house thriller. We actually returned to the house at the opening, and there's a gratuitous 1 minute montage from the original film, which is there just out of mindless fan service, really. But beyond that, I want to give people something so much better than Spookies that they will be stunned. That's my goal.
Wow. So it's a lure. Spooky's title is Lure, the association.
Well, I mean, it's as I think I mentioned earlier, the title we were originally going to use is Twisted Souls, because Twisted Souls was the name originally of Spookies. And then it was suggested that we probably had to use Spookies 2 somewhere in the title just for sales purposes, and that most distributors would probably insist on that. So it's now tentatively Spookies 2 Twisted Souls, or Twisted Souls Spookies 2.
Yes.
But I think people will be surprised. It's I mean, first of all, it's a horror action comedy. It is. My model is, are you familiar with the 60s comedy? It's a Mad, 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 Mad World.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. I am using some of that kind of structure, meaning that there's a lot of characters, there's a lot of stuff going on. There are monsters all over the place, with monster attack scenes crisscrossing each other and cutting back and forth. And I think there's some really wild ideas. A lot of it's coming from Tom Doran, just stuff that
I'm pro monsters, so I like this.
Well, yeah, but it's like I mean, it's almost. I'm still waiting for a final confrontation with some of the effects people, but it's probably more. As I think I've told you guys or mentioned to you guys before, on Spookies we had two very prominent Hollywood makeup people, Gabe Bartalos and Vincent Guastini, and they both agreed they were very delighted at the thought of coming back for a Spookies sequel.
That's amazing.
And I think in a way so far there are stars of the movie because they've agreed. But I'm looking at trying to figure out probably ways to bring the budget down, because I'm counting tremendously, and I feel confident in this. I'm counting tremendously on the fact that it's mostly practical effects, But even with practical effects, there's a lot you can do nowadays that you really couldn't do years ago on a small scale. There's between mechanicals and computer rigging of things, plus the fact that you can take a monster and have an effects crew surrounding it to make it move, and then just blue screen them or green screen them out.
Yeah.
So you can get away with a lot. You have a lot of leeway, and I'm looking at something really. I'm a big fan of, and have been for many years, of Hong Kong movies from like the 80s and 90s. And have you guys ever seen a Chinese ghost story?
I think I saw that at Coolidge Theater.
Oh, interesting.
Not that you know where the Coolidge Theater is, but I'm thinking that I have seen this movie.
But I mean, the Hong Kong style at that time, and it still exists to some extent, although it's sort of been watered down and actually reused throughout the world. John Wick, for instance. But there was just an incredible, passionate need to get action on the screen as effectively as possible. So that's part of what I want to do. But plus also, at that time in Hong Kong, they're on stage. Their practical effects really weren't like the best in the world, and I think they knew that. But I like the fact that they sort of just make the movies and they don't fucking care.
Yeah, they've got heart.
It's just that the shots and the cutting and the concept is frequently so strong that it doesn't matter if it doesn't look real. It's just fun and great.
Exactly. And Neil was mentioning that earlier. That's the key to, for many of us, a great movie is, are you feeling it?
Yes.
It's not that you have to have the illusion that something is really real. It's, are you feeling it?
I mean, as you know, the ideal kind of experience is to be watching something and it's not very good, but yet you're laughing and reacting as if this is just like a brilliant, totally like legitimate movie.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And, that's something that I think has maybe become a little bit more of a mainstream sensibility, which is good. But I mean, let's put it this way. When the AI movies take over, people like you guys and myself are going to still be looking for real movies from real people.
Yes, definitely. Just need the money to make those movies.
Well, I don't know how it's going to be interesting to see how things come down because, I mean, a lot of people would not like me to say this, but I think some things could very easily be written by AI, and I don't think the audiences will know the difference because, and I think this is mostly due to studio styles and hierarchies and ways of doing things where they repeat things and there are formulas that are done to death, and that's largely a financial decision by people in charge. And I've had to laugh recently because I've seen criticisms of the Writers Guild and Actors Strike saying, oh, these people don't deserve all this money, movies are terrible. Well, they're not the ones approving what gets made.
They're getting hired to do a job.
And they're doing the best they can. In some cases, what they're doing, they may be happy with what gets on screen. In other cases, they may not.
Like a job. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
I also say, now when people say that, some people should go see different movies because they always bring up like the MCU movies or like Fast and the Furious. There's other things that play at the theater besides these movies.
Well, people complain about that stuff, but that's also because they go to see those movies because they're the most high profile. They're the most easily. It's a lot easier to be aware of those movies than something a bit smaller. Right. To tell the truth, since the internet, I have never been satisfied with the way movies are advertised these days. I have to search out things. I make sure I see as many trailers as I can on YouTube every week and that sort of thing. But it's not like, there was a time where you just open up the newspaper and you realize, all right, well, here's where I am. These are the movies.
Yeah. Yes. Now playing.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it really, because nowadays you'll hear about something and then it never pops up, or plenty of stuff just out of nowhere suddenly appears, frequently with major names attached to it.
Yeah. This is a little different take on the question we just asked, but Todd wants to know if Spookies 2, is there any attempt to get back to the elements that you wanted in the first film before the interference?
Well, I would say the major element would be good filmmaking. This movie, in a sense, the way I'm looking at it, because here's the thing: my partner, Tom, wrote the story, and this is God, like 13 years ago, or not? Is it that long? No, maybe it's about. Pardon me, it's about 10 years ago. And I, after the Blu-ray came out, and we realized, all right, there actually now seems to be an interest in a spooky sequel. And I took that outline, but in a way, I've used elements in it of all kinds of ideas that he and myself came up with through the years from various things. So there's a lot of that goes into it. There are a lot of influences that are from all over the place. That I think that Tom would, I think, appreciate what I'm trying to do. Where there are ideas of him here and there. There are lines of dialogue from other scripts that may never again see the light of day. But I mean, I when I see something that I think is good, I hate to let it just disappear into the atmosphere because no one ever gets a chance to make it into a movie or see it.
Mm-hmm. Would you ever do a Spookies reboot if you had the opportunity of the actual what you wanted to
truth, I would do it for money, and I hate to have to say that.
That's okay. Honesty is fantastic.
I understand, and I mean, I realize there's a lot of love in the Spookies fans, and they display it all the time. But realize that Spookies was a movie we made under the dictation of our backer. All right, he basically said, I want to rip off of the Evil Dead. I want this. I want this. I want this. And we were, I mean, in the meetings we initially had, we were just sitting there making lists of things that he wanted in the movie. That was how we developed the story. And that's not the movie we really wanted to make. We had, prior to that, we had been looking actually to get money for another film involving, at the time, a different old mansion in the area. But that was a much different type of a film. It was a little more traditional in some sense. It was more action oriented. It was, I think the scripting and the characters were a lot more clever. With Spookies, I mean, because once we started and once it was like, all right, let's make the film, we had so little time to sit back and reflect on how can we make the script better? How can we make everything better? It was really just like, all right, how can we get everything together so we can make this as quickly and as cheaply as we possibly can? And to tell the truth,
if you took a reboot and you did all the things you actually had wanted to do and were not pressured into doing, because reboots can sometimes be a little off the what the original actually is.
I mean, I would, if someone said, all right, you there's a gun pointed at your head, you must make a Spookies reboot, I would want to sort of like rethink it from the start. I would want to try and make it as different as possible from any films.
I think that's usually the best remakes are different. Like John Carpenter's Thing is a much different movie than the original.
It is, and I think that's part of the reason that it was. I mean, it's actually so much closer to the original short story, and it really was so effective, and obviously such a landmark. But the original version still has its own charm, and
definitely,
it was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
So,
and then like a Psycho remake, when they do it shot for shot, it's like completely pointless. I think
I don't get that. I don't. Yeah. I honestly don't. Even though something, that's not the first time that was done. There is, I've seen this before. There were studios back in the 50s taking films, taking their older films. There's a film called Man in the Attic with Jack Palance, where he plays either Jack the Ripper or a pseudo Jack the Ripper type of killer. And it was a remake of, if I'm not mistaken, of a film from the 40s called Hangover Square, starring Laird Krieger, who almost became a big star but died. But they not only like reuse the script, but they literally, in some scenes, they shot for shot redo the scene.
Wow. Is it good?
It's good. It's not as good as the original film. For the same reason that the Psycho remake couldn't be, because it's like, all right, this is the original idea. This is the copy of that idea.
Yeah, because it's a very different thing. Like if you think about, well, if someone puts on Shakespeare someplace, it's going to be different. It's the same script, and it's going to be different because you
People
wouldn't want
interpret the characters differently.
exact. You've got like a rough idea if this person goes this way and they do this thing, but there is a uniqueness to it that.
Plus, it's a live experience where a movie is there. You could go and watch it,
Yeah, I mean, I to tell the truth, I mean, the Psycho remake had a major name director on it, and that puzzled me at the time because I thought about, my God, that's about the last thing I would want to associate myself with, no matter how big I was.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem artistic. Like I'm going to just recreate, a Hitchcock movie. I don't even understand it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was no reason to do it that way. I mean, yeah, I guess the logic is, all right, well, it worked. The audience loved it the first time. If we do it again, they'll love it this time. They might, an audience just seeing that, but its place in film history or in the minds of people, I think, is an entirely different thing.
Yeah.
Along these lines, and I was going to bring this up anyway, but Edward brings up the Street Trash remake, which is by my friend Ryan Kruger, who I really like his films.
Yeah, Ryan, I had a brief chat on Facebook with him last week. They just started about a week or so ago shooting the new Street Trash, which they're calling a requel, meaning it's a remake and a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
And they are doing, I mean, the storyline, the characters will be different. They may try to recreate some of the ideas or key scenes, but I think we may have discussed it when I was last on the show, or maybe I think I just heard about that in the offing. But Ryan Kruger is like one of the few directors I could actually, hear. I heard who was going to get to do this, and I said, wow. That's great, because I had just seen Fried Barry.
Fried Barry's amazing. That's such a good movie. Yeah.
This guy has already made one film, which is exactly the kind of thing I like, where he takes an intriguing idea and then handles it in a totally unorthodox way. And I think my feeling about remakes is like I just said before, a Spookies remake really wouldn't interest me that much, because I don't feel, beyond the basic premise, I don't feel there are real ideas to explore, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Meaning it's sort of within a standard mold of a certain type of story, because that's that's what we were instructed to do. Whereas Street Trash, I think, is an entirely different matter. Street Trash, I mean, there were so many scenes we shot that we didn't use. There were so many just wild ideas that we came up with, during the shoot, that some of which are in the movie, others that are not.
That movie's crazy.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the thing with Street Trash was there was enough open-mindedness and freedom, thank God, to say, hey, I have an idea. I know this sounds crazy, but, and then, if the director was like intrigued, yeah, maybe we can do that. And I think that's how all movies should sort of be. I feel that the film manages to capture that feeling on screen. And I actually, in Street Trash, as opposed to Spookies, I feel pretty happy about how things ended, how the final cut and all that. The film has somehow managed to retain its ability to shock all these years later. People are upset about slightly different aspects of it than they were in the 80s. It's politically correct in new and exciting ways. Pardon me, incorrect.
Which that's what I'm interested. Part of that, I'm interested in a new movie today. How do you handle the presentation of homeless people and stuff in a modern movie?
Well, despite what a lot of people think, because people have been very vocal in some cases, and I've seen this with online reviews of Street Trash. They say, "Oh, there's a matter of how they treat the homeless," and they act like we're racists or something. I lived in New York City. We all did at that time. The streets were full of homeless people, right? The stuff that is in Street Trash is very honestly not much of an exaggeration in terms of just the type of characters. In fact, most of the homeless that you would meet on the street were less articulate, less sane. They were just sort of addicts and the mentally ill as they always are. And I don't. I think ultimately while some of the characters were despicable, I mean others were very sympathetic. So I think we didn't exactly like stereotype them as like as a certain type of person because they were homeless.
Right. And Ryan, and I've talked to Ryan about this. He's had criticism on his own on Friedberry on similar things, so it's not like he's not
with a character who's obviously not quite in his right
The
mind.
opinion of it. No president.
Hold on.
No worries.
Hi, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I'm still searching around for the window where you guys appear.
Oh, you still can't see us. That's unfortunate.
No, it's okay.
Edward also wants to know, this is an interesting question. Do you want to crowdfund for Spookies 2?
No, because I ultimately I am ambitious as hell with this. The equivalent, I mean, if you just account for inflation, if we had the same budget we had to make Spookies, it would be a little under $1 million. Actually, with inflation now, it might be a little over $1 million. But the script I wrote, I purposely budgeted it at $2 million. Which is still by big scale standards a very small budget. And it's only that high because I figure at least half of it I want to go into effects. In Spookies, contrary to the way people think about these things, only a limited portion of the budget actually went into effects. It wasn't like a major percentage of the budget. It really, I mean, ultimately, in almost any film, the real costs come down to the big costs are mostly salaries. It's not like you're spending that much on physical things or whatever. You're spending it on labor and people's talent.
Yeah.
Along like for the cast, would you who would you like to cast in the movie? Would it be some horror names?
All right,
especially when it's the Mad when you said Mad World, I think of like a lot of like people.
Yeah, I mean, to be
up.
honest, I'll aim for the stars and then probably fall short. So I'm ready for that. But I want to go. I mean, here's the thing. I think I have a good script, and I think the parts in it, even the small roles are good. There's good dialogue. There's fun scenes. There's stuff that I think would attract actors. And to tell the truth, in the past, in my early years, anytime I was actually lucky enough to get a script directly into the hands of an actor, they were interested. And that is something that was very hard to do. I think it's become easier in very recent years. But for instance, I mean, James Balsamo has expressed his interest in working with me on the Spooky sequel, and James is who I only met like fairly recently, is to me very impressive because he's managed to take this micro budget style filmmaking and make what I feel is like incredible headway with it in terms of like casting, in terms of just ambitious ideas. I mean that I sort of want to do a film like almost like one of his films, but like a little more polished, let's say.
Yeah. No, I'm we're both friends with James Balsamo. I know him for a long time. I'm in a James Balsamo movie, and he's in our movie actually. So
yeah,
the Without Your Head movie. But yeah, and it is impressive because also they're very micro budget and they have a following, and he really hustles. He gets out there, at the conventions and.
Right.
And social media, and he has so many cameos and stuff. Sometimes I do wonder how he gets.
I haven't even asked him yet how he manages to get around the unions doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but he's a good guy. Don't let him know I said that.
That's okay. Well, I think he might be listening.
He is listening.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Well, you were mentioning the idea of having a script that was good enough that people are going to be drawn to it, and I think it makes a lot of sense that for someone who talks about the importance of a movie being fun, that people will read it and realize it's going to be fun to make.
Well, I don't think it can help but be fun to make. Yeah. Plus, I wrote it to move at lightning pace. I've got lots of stuff weaving in and out of it. It's a horror movie, yet it's also a full-blown screwball comedy, meaning the laughs are I think fairly fast and frequent. It's I'm also I also hope to like really, like I said, this has got to make up for every movie myself and my partner didn't get to make over many years, and I think it almost could, because it has, at least in terms of certain details of the script, it just has so many elements that I mean, like you mentioned casting a moment ago. Amazingly, these are people that like David has had recent contact with, so I'm hoping to approach them possibly through him. But David Howard Thornton, who I was interested in back around the time of Terrifier 1. And part of the reason is because I have this part that needs somebody who's like a really good physical comedian, and he's spoken in interviews about how he loves doing physical comedy, and that's perfect, because not that many people can even do it well anymore.
He's brilliant.
But he carries those, there's other things about those, but he really carries that role, and it's one of the only like modern horror characters that is like an iconic slasher now, because most of the slashers that people love are from like 20 and 30 years ago. Right. Well, and he does it without dialogue.
But he's very effective, and the thing is, in a way, the way the character is played, and this goes back to like the first Terrifier film. There's just a lot of stuff of him just like standing still, staring, and things like that. And that, I mean, for a movie that didn't really have the focus that's there, that could be disastrous. That people would like immediately get bored or turned off. But he keeps the tension going, and I saw the first Terrifier film. I saw the short the anthology films that the character
All Hallows Eve,
right. And I think something like that is like, and I think that's one of the ways to really get somewhere, is to take something that's, all right, this has been done to death, it's a total cliche, and we have to reinvent it somehow. And when somebody can do that, it makes all the difference. Obviously, it's not that easy.
Right. But we're both big fans of Terrifier. I love the first one, and we had a bunch of David on before it really got a lot of buzz, and then it got the big buzz. And the second one, I think, is really great for independent film, because it gives other people a shot of maybe you're going to get theatrical release. Now, you're not all going to make money like that one did, but I think it opens the door for more people getting a shot anyway.
It happened at a fortunate time where there weren't, where the theaters needed movies. And I feel it, it had already paved its own way, in that it was being expected by a lot of horror fans. But it really showed the kind of muscle that horror fans have in terms of what Hollywood does. And Hollywood still, as far as I'm concerned, still doesn't fully get it or want to concede to that.
It's still one of the only genres that do well at the theater, besides like giant blockbuster movies. Independent horror still, brings people out.
Right. And for me, it's like one of the things I like about horror is, and my other favorite genre is comedy.
And those are the two best to watch with people.
That's the point. I hear, and this makes me really sad. I've read a lot of things lately, people saying, "Oh, I just don't want to go to theaters anymore. People never shut up. They have phone calls. The management does nothing." And that's really sad. I mean, there was a time when the management just used to, of any theater, would regularly just toss people out for that stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Now they're afraid to lose even that small bit of patronage.
There's one thing that, because I go to movies almost every week, and usually Annabelle and I go see stuff every couple weeks. And there's one thing that really annoys me is sometimes as soon as the movie ends, they actually turn the lights on as soon as the credits start to roll, and they come in and start cleaning up. It's like, what the hell?
That's been going on forever. I managed movie theaters at one time in the past, and that's one of the things I actually had to go to the staff and say, all right, don't start cleaning up until the projector goes off.
Yeah. Because I like to, if it's especially a movie I like, and we don't have to go somewhere after, I like to sit there and actually, there's something about just sitting there watching the credits. I like to see the credits and listen to the music, and it's just kind of like.
I've always been a credits bug. I mean, I think if you really appreciate the experience, especially if it's a movie that you really dig, it's like every moment from the minute that it appears on the screen, it's an aesthetic experience, and it's like a piece of music or something, and you don't, you want every moment of it to be as effective for you as possible.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of your favorite movies? Not your favorite, just some of. Just
This is always an impossible question for me to answer.
Some of your favorite, not your favorite. Your favorite is an impossible question. I think that's a crazy question.
I tend to like a lot of movies that are not like necessarily the ones that most of my fans would probably even know. I'm a big fan of like older movies. I love black and white. I'm pretty knowledgeable and a big fan of silent film. I love watching older movies and sort of understanding how certain ideas got developed and who originated them and where they may have come from. And that's one of the things. I mean, the fact that the internet and especially YouTube has made so many older films available. Yeah. I've seen stuff that just blew me away because I didn't. Oh, all right. Here's where this idea started in like 1912 or something.
So the student of Frank would go to what? What would be some examples of student of Frank goes to film school and watches what?
What can I say? I love silent comedies. I love the work of Buster Keaton, Laurel and Hardy. I like which is also everything that inspired the Warner Brothers cartoons, which are still considered like the peak of comedy animation. I think I look, as I said, I look for entertainment. So I want all the other stuff. I want art, and I'm a big fan of like great photography, and I sort of understand the difference between great direction and mediocre direction, and same with acting. But I think for me, I have with a lot of films, I have a certain level of fascination just because it's, I guess you'd say it's like a scholarly attitude that I'm interested. Oh, this studio did this at this time, and whatever. And because I've acquired enough knowledge, I can sometimes, put a lot of pieces together that before might not have made me, sense or seem to go together. And then just, I think I feel that what's interesting to me is that almost everything that's ever been made is now available to see. And if it's not, it will be at some point.
Yeah. What got you into film to begin with? Like you have this deep, deep passion for film to such an extent.
Very simply. When I was like 13 years old, and this is what I said before, I love silent comedy. PBS Television in New York had a series of silent films, including comedies, and I was fascinated, and I then met a fellow in my neighborhood who was a collector of films, and I used to go over and hang out with him. I became a collector of films, 8mm, 16mm, and there's still a whole circuit of collectors all over the world, and a lot of these people are responsible for the fact that certain films exist at all.
Wow. Yeah.
But that kind of thing, it was, just being able to get to, I'm sure you've done this where you go to somebody's house and they've got a setup for 16mm and there's a bunch of people there, etc. It's different than staring at a video screen. It definitely still has some element of the theatrical experience.
Before we went live, I was talking to Frank about Robot Monster, and my grandfather had 8mm projection, and that's how we watched it. And they were like very short, like 5 or 10 minutes long.
4 minutes,
8 minutes.
They give you 50 feet of film that was 4 minutes, or 200 feet of film that was about 12 minutes.
Yeah. And so I'd watch it, and they had no sounds, but it was like Robot Monster. It conquered the world and a bunch of stuff like that. And I always remember them. It's very fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
and there is something about watching it on a screen. Yeah, especially when I was a kid, it seemed like a big screen, but it was probably just very little.
Right. Well, but I got fascinated by it, obviously, at an early age. Just to be able to have an actual movie on a screen seemed like, it was beyond what you could do with television.
Yeah, and there was something about the little 8mm. I could look at them and hold them and put them up to the light and see the little.
That's another big thing, and I think that's true of all film collectors, in that it's like, all right, video is video, and video is like got in many cases fantastic quality these days. But there was something about film, whether it was 8mm or 70mm, where you could hold it in your hands, hold it up to the light, and look at the image.
Mhm.
And you know, I mean, I still I got I used to work. We cut street trash and spookies in Manhattan around the Times Square area.
Mhm.
And at one point, this was, I guess, I forget the year that the film came out, but we're walking past where one of the film editing houses is, and there's like a big, massive film sticking out of all these trash cans, right?
Mm.
And so myself and my friend were going through it. I wonder what this is, whatever. And we grabbed some stuff, and what I grabbed turned out to be scenes, well, I guess technically outtakes from Robert De Niro in Raging Bull.
Wow.
Wow.
And just the fact that that was like out on a street. It was,
Yeah.
Wow. That's
It's
amazing.
like, hey, why keep this? We'll just
Yeah,
toss
what
it out.
happened
Yeah.
with that? It's amazing.
yeah, I think that wasn't that unusual at the time. To tell the truth, I had another situation where a friend of mine went walking down the street. He looks in the trash, and there's like a trash can full of like press books and advertising materials and posters from films from the 40s and 50s that somebody just tossed into a trash can.
Wow.
That's why a lot of that stuff, like people ask, like, why isn't there, you know, the uncut version of so and so movie? Because you know they didn't keep it all. They usually just
They
threw it away.
pretty much regularly trashed almost everything.
Mhm.
I think a lot of stuff got saved almost by accident, especially the film itself. Up until the 50s, it was on flammable nitrate, which was a big problem.
Yeah.
That's why so many older films just don't exist anymore. But even beyond that, they had no, you know, it took up space. They didn't want to rent the facility to store it. In many ways, it's amazing that a lot more films aren't completely gone forever.
Yeah, yeah. This is a weird connection, but I also do a pro wrestling show, and a lot of the wrestling promotions, not like the real big ones like WWF back in the day, but
Right.
they would reuse the tapes for the TV shows. So a lot of that stuff doesn't exist anymore unless someone recorded off TV, which in the 60s and 70s, you know, people wouldn't do that.
Well, in the 80s, I mean, that's another great thing about YouTube is there's plenty of stuff up there that only exists because somebody turned on their VHS
Right.
recorder at a
Yeah.
certain time.
Some
Yeah.
great commercials from the 80s.
Yeah, I used to get mad at my brother would record over my wrestling tapes and stuff with stuff, but it is kind of fun now to watch the ads on there and just see
Yeah.
some weird stuff.
Yeah, well, all that stuff. I mean, I mean, that's another thing too. Is I think my interest in older films and the whole history of the entertainment business really has given me a great awareness just of other eras, of other times, of customs, of you know. I feel like there's a lot of stuff I know that the average, say, younger person now knows nothing about. Even though I feel like people should have more esoteric knowledge because the internet makes it easy for them to find it.
They don't have a guide like Frank to be like, this is the School of Frank film course. I think that is part of it. There's just so much out there to be serious, a little serious about it. There is just so much content.
Yes.
We're surrounded by content. There's so many websites. There's so many places, and there's more and more and more and more and more. And some of these places do kind of channel you in a direction. Like if I have my Netflix account and let's say Neil has his Netflix account,
Right.
they're going to suggest completely different things. So I'm going to miss out on some things. It's very tricky to find your path without, you know, going to some like classic, here are your classic film texts. And we all know that classic.
I know, and that becomes frustrating for me, even as someone who knows a little more maybe than the average person about what's out there. You know, it's and the fact is, a lot of I've been able to track down in recent years, whether it's on a streaming service or on YouTube or somewhere out there. You know, there's the Russian equivalent of YouTube, which has all kinds of stuff that shouldn't legally be online. I can find almost any film that I want to see that exists.
Me too. I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, and I used to promote this website Just Watch because you could go there and it will tell you all the streaming sites. But then I found out recently from my friends at New Village Video that for like a streaming site like theirs, it's an independent site. They have a lot of, you know, smaller movies. they have to pay so much money to get to have their films like even
Oh,
put on there. So I was like, oh, I don't really, like this site so much
yeah,
anymore.
it's not as helpful, is it?
Yeah,
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 exactly.
yeah. So they list Amazon and all these things, but not, New Village Video and sites like that. So I wanted to bring up Dr. Butcher MD, which we did not talk about at all last time.
Oh well, then let us treat ourselves to that.
Yeah, so I need some explanations here. So I saw this on your page. I saw it actually on the banner for you
Right.
at the convention, and so I was interested. Started looking
Oh, okay.
around,
I
and
guess
so what is your connection to Doctor Butcher
it's
MD?
so bizarre. Um, at let's see. I worked on Street Trash, which I worked with Roy Frumkes, who you may know of. He's producer writer of Street Trash.
Mhm.
Wrote and directed the George Romero documentary Document of the Dead. And he was teaching at the School of Visual Arts in New York. I became a student. No, pardon me. Prior to this, he was teaching at the State University of New York in Purchase, New York, and I became a student. Uh, and he had a film class, and he had the idea of like, oh, we could do an anthology film and use the school's equipment and have the students involved. He was going to bring in industry professionals, and he did. And we started doing an anthology film, and I wrote and directed one of the stories, which never got finished. We shot a few scenes and never went beyond that. A few others got started, including one with Wes Craven that is still, although there have been some scenes from that and from my particular moments from the film that have been on Blu-rays and DVDs, specifically like on the past Dr. Butcher DVD. Some of this material is on there now. But are you aware that there's a new Dr. Butcher Blu-ray coming out soon?
I'm not actually.
All right, well, it's coming out. I think it's Vinegar Syndrome. Vinegar
Oh,
Syndrome.
very cool.
It's being everything's being put together, including the extras, by the guys who did the Spookies documentary and Blu-ray, meaning Mike Gingold and Glenn Baisley. And what's interesting is myself and my still living Spookies partner Brendan Faulkner were brought in because of the scenes that we shot for this uncompleted independent anthology movie, which by the way was called Tales That Will Tear Your Heart Out.
I like it.
Right. Footage from that wound up getting sold to Aquarius Pictures, to a man named Terry Levine, who was sort of an infamous exploitation film figure in the 80s. Also, actually a very nice guy. But so he bought like 4 minutes of footage or something, and that was used as the footage that was under the title sequence for Dr. Butcher. Now, Dr. Butcher was originally called Zombie Holocaust.
Mhm.
Interesting.
And I'm sort of not sure about this because I heard at one point there was another movie called Zombie Holocaust, but I haven't been able to find out what that might be, and that was why they changed the title. But my real feeling is that was also the same year that the movie Cannibal Holocaust came out.
Yeah.
Right. So my guess is he changed the title Zombie Holocaust to Dr. Butcher to avoid confusion with Cannibal Holocaust.
Yes, that makes sense.
Right. But so scenes I directed, scenes Brendan directed, wound up there on the screen, and that was a few years after we had done them. So I was like in my early 20s, and I was like sort of I didn't know how to feel about it. It's like, all right, this film got finished and whatever. And meanwhile, I'm making technically retroactively, I'm making my big screen debut at the age of 19. So, but interestingly, like everything else, there has been interest in that film, Tales That Will Tear Your Heart Out. Meaning, I've gotten inquiries about it. Mike and Glenn, when they interviewed us for the new Dr. Butcher film, and there's probably some more scenes being used from footage from that film in that disc. But I mean, people have asked things like, "Oh, do you think you could complete Tales That Will Tear Your Heart Out?" And I don't really see that happening, as everyone who was in it is like now decades older, and
Yeah.
they needed to finish anything. But it would certainly make a short film interesting, an interesting short film, which I guess it will be on the Blu-ray. But people seem very curious about it, so I'm wondering. We've talked about maybe doing a little bit more of an extensive documentary on it, because there were other professional names involved. We we were, I think, doing something that was a little too uppity for the school that we were doing it through. I think the fact that, all right, there are these students here making a feature movie, using your equipment, but you have nothing to do with it at all. So it just sort of fell apart. I would like to see the footage get out there, just because I know there are fans of both my movies and other movies I've been associated with that would like, they're completists, and they want to see everything, they want to know everything.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's really cool. And also obviously cool that Wes Craven was involved. Like, so were
Right.
you around him? Like,
Oh yeah. I was with him, and he brought in David A. Hess of Last House.
oh, nice.
Oh.
Right, and it was a Western. There was a Western scene, like in a Western bar,
Mhm.
which I was with and everything, and I became sort of friendly with David on the set, and David wound up applying my makeup.
No, that's a cool little trivia. Yeah.
Yeah. And bear in mind, I had just seen like Last House on the Left.
Yeah, like I don't know if I want to. Yeah.
Like a year before this for the first time, right? And wow, this is crude. It's like the most vile human being on earth.
Yeah, I really regret, we were gonna have David Hess on the show years ago, and before his agent, whoever it was, they were like, but he will not talk about Last House on the Left or any horror movies, only his folk music. And I was like, well, I don't think that really fits the show. But I regret just not doing it and seeing if he would talk about movies too.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Do you
Yeah.
think he has, like, he's ashamed or?
The thing is, I was pretty young at that time, but after like having a little more experience, I'm thinking maybe it wasn't necessarily his idea not to do that. Maybe it was just his representative, and maybe once, if we would have had him on the show, he would have been like
Right.
cool talking about stuff.
Well, he's out there trying to sell folk music. It's not really like a good crossover.
Yeah, it's a different audience.
But also, I don't know if it would even. Why would that even fit a horror show then? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we could do both. I'd be happy to promote
Right.
his music,
Yes.
but it would be very strange.
They're
Looking back, it would be kind of funny to me if we did have him on and we never talked about movies and we just talked about folk music. But it would have been very weird.
It's interesting that, because a similar thing happened with Jim Muro, the director of Street Trash, in that he became a very, and still is, a very prominent Hollywood Steadicam operator.
Hmm.
And for a time, he became somewhat religious, from what I know, and he became he distanced himself from Street Trash. He felt sort of ashamed about, I don't know on what level he was ashamed exactly.
Right.
But he didn't, want to be associated with it. But in more recent years, he's, again, been sort of okay with it. So I don't know what the actual situation is there. But I find it interesting that horror has become simultaneously more respectable, but also still can't live down its disputable reputation.
Yeah, there's still, like, if a horror movie does do well, they'll rename it and say it's a thriller. Like, they still want to stay away from the horror name often.
Right, and that's something Hollywood did for years. In fact, if you look at a lot of older movies from going back from the 40s, the 30s, they seem to do movies that on the surface are horror movies, and then it turns out, it's it's a Scooby-Doo type of a situation.
Right.
Your guy doing this or whatever, or you thought it was a supernatural thing, but it's just not. And it almost seemed as if they realized, well, real adults wouldn't take anything like that seriously, so how could it be a ghost?
Yeah. So the guy rips a mask off. Then it's totally fine. Yeah. Let's see here. Well, everyone was talking earlier. A lot of people are loving the interview, and happy to see you making Spookies too, which is very cool.
I'm hoping I'm making Spookies too.
Right.
We still have a long journey ahead of us. I'm still getting, we're finally getting legal and business matters together so that we have a solid situation, as far as the people I'm working with, and I have to just get all the P's and Q's taken care of. But we've worked things in such a way that I'm not going to be easily stopped or prevented. I feel I really have confidence in the script. I think it's entertaining. I think actors will like what we have. Like I said, I want to approach Alan Thornton or David Howard Thornton,
Yeah.
Yes.
and I think we have a script that he would appreciate the part. I've also there are other people that I had in mind. Now, believe it or not, I recently saw pardon me, James Balsamo announced for one of his films that he's got Al Yankovic,
What?
Oh wow.
right?
Yeah.
And
Weird
I
Al.
thought, well, that's great because I actually sort of saw Al Yankovic possibly as one of the leads in my script, even though most people don't exactly consider him a film lead these
Uh-huh.
days.
He's pretty
but-
great in UHF. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I think he's got a great comedy sense.
Yeah.
I think he'd appreciate what I'm trying to do with this script.
Mhm.
And I think he's at a stage in his career where he's not. I don't think he needs money. I think he's just doing stuff that he wants to do for the sake of doing it.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Well, I hope that works out.
That would be quite.
I will certainly be in touch with you.
Yeah. It's very exciting.
There is a really silly thing in the chat here.
Okay.
I can't put it up visually, but so Edward, who's given a few comments, Frank, where is the infamous prosthetic from Street Trash? And would you have it make an appearance in Spookies 2?
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but I literally I don't know how I could like credibly do it, but I would love to come up with a way.
I think it's great.
Well, you bring it for photo ops at
Oh my
convention.
God, that's amazing. Yes.
It was suggested to me not long ago. I have a friend, Jamie Chimino. I don't know. You know Jamie? Jamie is like you should know Jamie. He's like a major horror fan. He's probably the world's biggest street trash fan. He's currently writing a book on the making of street trash.
Oh wow.
Which he's been really doing exhaustive research. I'm very, very impressed with what he's doing. But he's also a giant George Romero fan, and has gone to the mall many times, and has probably met most of the major people involved with the Romero films. But I mean, he's one. Gosh, now I've forgotten which direction I'm going in with this.
We're talking about prosthetics and
Oh, right.
ops. Yes.
Yes, he made a penis, right? And so we were joking about it. And I said, "Well, maybe you could make a bunch of them for me, and I could sell them as replicas from Street Trash and autograph."
That's wonderful.
Right? And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, I think I could actually make money, but I would would I be able to get through a horror convention without a problem with a table full of dildos?"
I guess you can always ask the convention. Say, "Hey, I've got this great idea."
I think they'd object because I think even though there are probably all kinds of things at many conventions that kids might not be
Right.
shouldn't see. I think in this case this would be a little too blatant.
Maybe. I also, if he's flying, I would get a kick out of like the X-ray his luggage, and they just see like, "Sir, you have 100 dildos." Like,
I'm thinking you could get that like the jacket that opens, and instead of having watches, it'll just be full of autographs.
And I have to admit, I actually had a female friend who told me a story similar to that once. That she went through airport customs, and the guy opens up the suitcase, and he says, "What are these?" And she says, "Dildos."
Good for her. No problems.
and then the conversation just ended.
Yep.
Well,
It
There's no law.
Fair enough. Where can people, follow you to see what you're up to online?
Most of my social media is on Facebook. I have been encouraged to get into other social media platforms. Excuse me. I probably should, but I also realize it's going to be very difficult to find the time because currently, I get up and I start immediately going through Facebook and I have been recently, especially because I've been hyping my appearance here and at the upcoming CreepyCon. I've been getting a lot of friend requests. So I now spend a major portion of my morning just dealing with this stuff.
Yeah.
And like I'm told I should do Instagram.
Yeah,
I
we're all
still don't understand how Instagram even works. I'm unable to communicate with anybody on it.
That's what we always bring up. It's just really people posting pictures. There's no like conversation. Where I feel Facebook is still the best one to actually converse with people.
I mean, if there's no communication, I don't understand how that helps you beyond, it's like the equivalent of someone seeing a picture, in a magazine or posted on the wall and just moving right along.
That's basically it, is that you're just putting I think this is a huge generational thing. Neil and I are basically the same age.
Right.
And our generation and up have a different appreciation for conversation and don't need things to be quick and fast and immediate. And like, it's great to see a cool picture or bam, here's the person's like coffee today or whatever. That's cool, but I would much rather chat with people. Like, show me the picture and then let's talk about it. You really can't do that in these
No, I agree. I mean, but the fact is, I mean, I have to admit that everybody, including myself, who deals with modern communications, I think everyone expects things to happen more quickly than they once did.
Yeah, absolutely. And you still want to have conversation.
Right. And I appreciate good conversation more than ever now because it's harder to find probably than it's ever been. It's one of the reasons I take most times a fan approaches me and says, "Oh, I just want to call and talk." I'll talk to people.
That's awesome.
Because I realize it might mean a lot to them, and then plus I get to know some very interesting people. I get I mean, if you're a fan of something to begin with, it's great to connect with other fans. Everybody's got a different point of view. Everyone's got a different take on things. I appreciate I appreciate that there are other people who even care about things like my movies.
Yeah, I think that sometimes you take that for granted because I grew up without the internet, and there weren't really many people I even knew who were into like Basket Case and the stuff and all these weird horror movies. And it's cool that I can talk about this stuff with people.
Well, it's interesting because when I grew up, when I was very young, I mean, and what part of what got me into it was like things like Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine, and monsters in the early '60s were like a big deal. It was like kids were really into them. There were like monster trading cards all over the place. I still wish I had them. But that was going on. But I continued. I went beyond that. I started, finding film history books and going out of my way to find movies at repertory theaters just to see them. I always I was just compelled and I did things. But at the same time, during those years and up until probably not that long ago, it's people are still, because they have an interest in stuff like this, they're called geeks, or they're thought of as like weird in some way. And when I was a kid, it felt it kind of hurt to be called weird.
It is a different thing today to be a nerd or something. It's actually not really seen as a bad thing.
Oh no, it's cool. It became a cool thing to be because you know about all this cool entertainment or whatever kind of a nerd you are.
I think it became easier because we realized there were more of us out there. Like I had friends that were very into comic books and things like that. No one was into horror the way I was into horror. And being able to find people via the internet, like, literally changed my life.
Yes.
Literally. Because that's when I met Neil and started doing the show. It really changed everything. And so having that opportunity to meet other people on the internet, I really do think is what changed all that. We can just say, hey, we're here.
Getting onto Facebook made all the difference for me too, because I got onto Facebook a little before the Spookies Blu-ray came out.
Yeah.
And I had become just what I had experienced with Facebook. I was already very cynical about it. I had worked for a media company just a few years prior to that was using Facebook in a very cynical way. It was like buying likes from overseas like farms or whatever they are. So I felt, oh God, this has to be all a complete bullshit. These, if people are buying likes by the millions. But I found this was really the place that I was able to connect with real people directly and open up dialogues and really just discover that my films really did get out there. They matter to a lot of people, and it's not what I had to live with so long, which is just like, all right, I spent most of my life trying to make films. The films I did make turned out, or at least one of them turned out to be a major disaster. And it's frustrating to feel like, all right, I did my best and I sort of succeeded, but then someone decided that what I did shouldn't succeed. So it's not the same thing. And, I don't believe that, I think I would never have stopped what I was doing no matter what my level of success was.
Yeah.
And I've met, I've had friends and acquaintances and people I've worked with on things. Some of them are pretty big people in the industry, and they've got money and fame that I never had, certainly. But in many cases, I feel that's partially also because that's more important to many people.
Yeah.
I pursued what I pursued mainly because I have a pang in my guts that makes me want to do that. That makes me think, wow, I want to see. I write scripts and I try to make movies that are movies that I wish someone would make.
Yeah.
Well, we hope Spookies 2 becomes one of those.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen. I feel if I can just get the script out to a few people, if I can just get a few of the right names involved, I think there's a good chance of the whole thing coming together. Although, I don't know where the whole motion picture business is headed.
Yeah.
The market is totally unpredictable at this moment. I feel the strikes that are happening are going to solve the problem with AI temporarily. But
I don't think there's any stopping it once it starts.
In the long run, AI will be writing most corporate, let's say, stuff, and even lots of low budget and cheap stuff because they'll be looking for ways to save money too, obviously. But I think at that time, it's first of all, I've looked at a lot of stuff. There's some very impressive AI art there, but even just glancing at AI art, I can see where stuff is being stolen from.
Yeah.
I've read stuff written by AI. Frequently, it comes across it really feels like something written by aliens, like someone who's been observing our culture but doesn't really understand a lot of things, and so it conflates ideas and comes up with concepts that are like misinterpretations of what they're actually up to. And I find that kind of interesting and cute. But I'm sure they'll get past those kind of glitches.
Oh yeah.
But I'll be honest, and a lot of people wouldn't like me to say this. I think a lot of stuff like formula episode television, like cop shows or something, right? They basically have been using the same formulas since the beginning of that kind of entertainment.
Yeah.
You can juggle, a billion elements and come up with, a slightly altered version for each one. And that's essentially what most writers are doing in certain genres. They're saying, all right, it's this, and we have to have this, this, and this, and we do this and this, and we'll do the thing we did the other time. And so I think stuff like that, you might not notice the difference between something written by AI and humans. Anything that has more of a heart and soul, that's more of an intriguing concept that has ideas to explore. I could appreciate like mindless entertainment only movies, but I also like movies that are entertaining that still have something in them that intrigues you, that gets you just as a person, it gets you curious, or it's kind of an intangible thing. But I think AI is going to win out maybe to a great extent in the future, but there will always be people who are looking for what humans can do because it will be different. Plus, I think that the industry hasn't really counted on the fact that, all right, so you get rid of writers, you get rid of directors, you get rid of actors, right? Who do people identify with? Who do people go to think, oh, this person did, I love this person's work. It's like with music. It's like, people who are, stars, musicians, famous people of all sorts have following. They have people who enjoy their work. They're passionate. They have a relationship with them, whether it's real or imagined. Where does that go when everything is being essentially done by a universal intelligence?
Yeah. I don't know, because I think of like in gaming, or people that are gaming, there are characters there that maybe they know who the voice actor is, but how many
Right.
programmers are there involved? And people get incredibly attached to some of these characters. So
Right.
I don't know if that's just another thing that's going to shift over time, where it's not going to matter if there's a human being doing it or not. For many people, not for all.
It could shift over time, but keep in mind the one major factor here is they're not talking about AI taking over the writing and creation of movies because it would make movies better.
Oh, of course not.
They're doing it to save money. Right?
Absolutely.
When has that ever resulted in a better version of the thing that is replacing?
It doesn't, but it does result in more profit for people, like McDonald's. Like movies are going to be McDonald's.
I sort of see this the way that I see fast food.
Exactly.
In that fast food, all right, when fast food started, businesses started appearing all over the place. People were like, "Oh, this is so convenient. It's so cheap. It's whatever." Now it is everywhere. Young people, from what I've been able to figure out, young people regard places like McDonald's as actual restaurants, as opposed to when I was a kid, where it was just like, "Oh, here's this cheap, sleazy place that we can get a quick meal or whatever." But I think a lot of I guess certain standards change, and I have no problem with that. I don't I'm not cynical about younger people the way certain older people might, maybe my generation are. I think they're always fools and they're always geniuses in any generation.
Fair. Very fair.
But I do feel that a lot of what's happened, because anybody who is on the internet knows this. It's just there is so much information out there. There's so much to absorb. If you have an interest or you have several interests, I mean, I have like 1 billion interests. So like I can fall on any web page. Well, the thing, I mean, I can go to any web page and say, "Oh, this is amazing. I want to find out more."
Yeah.
But that's like an endless tunnel that I'm glad that I do that, and I especially like it because it can lead me to things, to finding out things or putting 2 and 2 together in a way I never thought about before, and that gives me like creative ideas.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I am glad you brought up about the generation thing, though. I always find that very cringy when people are like, either they go one way, like okay boomer, or like the millennials or whatever. Like you said, there's very smart people of different generations and very annoying people of different generations.
I think there's, with a lot of people, maybe the majority of people, I think there's a great resistance to change, of even small change, but big change. That's almost impossible to deal with. I mean, there are a lot of people now my age who barely use or have never used the internet.
That's
right, and I'm in my late 60s. I don't know how they can get along. To me, it's like saying, all right, here is a door you can open and you can have access to everything in the world. You say, nah, I'm too busy.
I think for some people, though, it can be people that aren't internet savvy. It can be a very predatory place. So people might want to go on there and be like, yes, email and quick talk and things like that. But if you don't know what you're doing, you can.
It's been like that from the start. What's amazing is that they're still running the same scams in many cases.
People get fooled. You just click on this one thing. It's like Microsoft found a virus, and people that don't know any better are like, no, I don't want a virus.
I mean, I had several old friends I heard from like high school that I heard from in recent years, and I'd be like, well, how could you not go on the internet? What do what year do you think you are living in?
Yeah.
I can't really, even though I grew up without the internet, it is weird to even think of a world without the internet.
It is, because I think we're now used to having instant satisfactions. Like you think of something, and if you have a question, it can be answered like within a minute.
Right.
And for me, That's great, because I used to at one time I would be constantly writing down stuff I wanted to research or find out about or look up or whatever, and I would have these like long lists of things and whatever. And when I did research for a script or anything years ago, it was like, all right, now I need to go spend a day at the library.
Right.
And now it's just it's all there, and because of that, a lot of people, I guess, take it more for granted.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that I just think in general, I think people people don't go out of their way to explore anything. I think the average person sort of like, it's like the McDonald's hamburger is put in front of them, and it's like, all right, it's a hamburger, and that's as far as it goes.
I will say for the newest up and coming generation, the like young late teens, early 20s, I think they're rejecting a lot of the commercialism.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. So we'll see what happens with those fine people.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, I think society goes through those cycles.
Yeah.
And with the internet, we haven't gone through a full cycle yet. We don't really know where we're going.
Very true. It'll be interesting.
So what is the convention you're going to be at coming up?
I will be at the CreepyCon.
CreepyCon.
In
Knoxville.
In Knoxville, yes. In Knoxville, Tennessee, at the Knoxville Convention Center. And this just wound up. It wasn't like I planned on this one necessarily, but this was the first convention myself and Dave, who's working with me, got a hold of, and they were very interested, and so we just decided to go with it. I am going to hopefully be able to find time to devote to putting together a schedule of conventions over the next year. So I'd like to be going to 2 or 3 a month if that's possible. Yeah. And and I've got I can just take my stuff with me and my tablet and essentially do all the work I do at home anywhere I am. So I'm not really worried about that.
Yeah.
I hope you have a good time, and meeting everybody, and I hope it's a success for you.
Reception from fans that I've had so far has been terrific, and for a long time I was just experiencing it online.
Yeah.
And the first actual thing to connect with fans that I did is I got invited to the Mahoningville Drive-In back in October.
Oh, very cool.
Where they did a screening of Spookies and the film Things.
Ooh.
Which I had never seen before.
I'm not sure if I've seen it.
Things felt to me like a movie that was made while the director was like busy in the next room getting drunk, and occasionally he'd yell some order into the other room.
I'm sold. Yeah.
You're gonna love conventions. They're great. It's not just the time you're on the convention floor, it's the time you're not on the convention floor where people are just mingling and hanging out, and it's very special. It's very special.
Oh, well, this gives me the opportunity to also mention that I was also invited in tandem with this convention. I was invited to a video store in Asheville, North Carolina.
Ah.
And that is Orbit DVD.
Oh,
they're pretty actually. They're fairly well known with fans, and they seem to have it. I mean, it's like I wish I had a store like this near me because it's been quite some time. But they were nice enough to want to bring me in, and I'll be there to meet people and do autographs and things like that. And and I'm hoping to do more stuff like that in the future. At the moment, I'm still sort of the whole concept that I'm some kind of, celebrity of some sort in people's eyes. I couldn't even get used to that for a long time. It just, when people would fawn over me here and there, I didn't know exactly how to react. But when I went to Mahoningville Drive-In, it was terrific. I had fans. I had some fans who were like almost unable to talk.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
I guess it's good that when you started, you weren't like, "Oh, my public." That was a bad sign.
Well, I have to brag that I've actually been frequently complimented about the fact that I am pretty, I'll be described as things like down to earth and a nice guy and etc. And and I basically am. I'm very easy to deal with. I can be very opinionated. I can be an asshole, of course. But I really I'm usually like looking to like get along with someone, even if someone came up to me and said, "Well, I hate your movies," and I want to talk to them, find out about what's behind that.
Yes. So you have a personality, is what you just said, and you're an all right, nice guy.
A lot of people don't, as it's horrible as it is.
Yeah.
The fact is that I still people I know and meet, etc. When I tell them, what I do, and I tell them what's gone on with my films recently and stuff, they don't know how to relate to it really.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, any film fan would immediately be able to strike up a conversation, but other people, it's like, I say, oh, well, I do this, and this, and to tell the truth, I don't know if this seems to be more prominent in my conversations with people in recent years.
Mm.
There was a time when I was younger where if you just said, oh, I work in movies, like anybody would be immediately fascinated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that there are so many movies out there now, and there's so many people making them that I think a lot of people don't take it seriously, like average everyday people. I don't think they have that respect.
Celebrity has also become an entirely different thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, with social media, with people being able to instantly connect with famous people in many cases, it's become a more matter of fact, nothing special type of a situation.
Yeah. All the influencers.
Yeah, well, some of those people, I find that a sad route to go down. I mean, there's some people out there I've seen that are really top notch, and they're very intelligent and talented. Mm-hmm. And then, as I think I mentioned when we started this conversation, there are people I've seen where it's just like, like what hellscape did you evolve from?
I want to suggest a movie to you. It's at festivals right now, so I don't know when it. Well, I believe they just got. They're going to be coming out by Raven's banner, but probably not for a little while. Okay, and that is the movie is Hundreds of Beavers.
Yes, I saw you did the show on it.
Yeah, and I think you'll really like it because there's really no dialogue, and it's almost like a live action Looney Tunes Roadrunner kind of thing, and the beavers are played by people in costumes. It's totally weird.
It's kind of like if you had a cheap birthday party version of a Disney character. It's like they're like pretty, low level costuming for these. There's beavers and skunks and it's crazy. It is. It's exactly like Neil said, and there's like a video game aspect to it as well, where there's like the hunting and little sound effects, and it's so much fun. It was great.
That's exactly the type of thing that, as far as new stuff that comes out that's not big expensive stuff that I really am impressed when people come up with something that can just take something familiar, turn it into something else.
Yes.
I'm kind of I get depressed to be honest. Ultimately, watching all the other makers of micro budget movies copying each other just relentlessly. Yeah. We don't need 150 more Amityville movies this year.
What? I see some great Amityville titles out there nowadays, like Karen Amityville and stuff like that.
Right, but the thing is, the only reason that those films exist is because of the word Amityville. Right. It's not like there's an actual, like somebody who said, I have a great idea for a movie. Like, oh, I have a great title, let's make a movie. And that can be done successfully, but I just don't think it's the ideal creative technique.
No.
Oh yeah. Back to the dildos. I believe there is an Amityville dildo out there. A movie called Amityville Dildo.
It's called that?
Yeah, I believe so.
I mean, I say stuff like this I've been recently getting people asking me to get involved with projects. As you know, Neil, it's like Bill Whedon asked me to do what I can to help with his picture.
What
is it? I'm trying to remember.
Our Man Funk.
Our Man Funk, right? And I was sort of and I was pleased with that because I haven't seen the Once and Future Smash yet, but everything I know about it and what I know is just it seems like I'm going to like that film. So I was interested in meeting him and working with him, and I like being able to just pick up somebody's inquiry on the internet and me realizing, oh, all right, I can do this. It's not going to take too much time. And I've advised a lot of people. let's see, there's a film coming out, or it's actually going to start shooting soon, called Killer Cox. I don't know if you've heard about this one. Now that, despite the fact that, and this was like right around the time when it was like, when Crackoon came out and all these Cocaine Bear ripoff movies, which kind of, I think, is not that creative. But Killer Cox, I thought, was creative because it's just offensive in the first place, and then somebody tells you what it is, it's not at all offensive. So
you know what? It turns out when you Google the Amityville dildo, it does tell you the correct name of Amityville vibrator. But when you
that's what it was, Amityville vibrator.
When you Google Killer Cox, though, guess what? It doesn't correct you. It offers you many, many options. So I'm giving up on that Google search.
Oh, the poster is pretty sweet.
How did you find it?
Jane,
Did you go into IMDb directly?
No, I just I don't know. I don't have all these other things popping up when I look at Killer Cox.
That was my decision to help with that movie, and then they offered me a part. Is simply the title made me laugh. Okay, I'll do it.
Right. I'm gonna. I'll pull up a picture here for everyone so they can see Killer Cox.
Is this the Amityville vibrator one? Because it's hilarious.
No, I'll get that one too. But hold on.
Tagline is "For God's sake, get off." That's the Amityville vibrator. Tagline.
Here's Killer Cox. It's a pretty great poster. Whoever did the art.
I'm impressed by the poster too.
Wow. So this actually has something to do with birds.
Yes.
Yeah, and I recently, and the guy who is making it keeps chickens, and I recently saw like a miniature farm, landscape set that he did that was really pretty good.
That's cool.
So he's gonna have his chickens like running around these things.
Nice.
And I appreciate that. I mean, that kind of effort being made. As you know, I mean, there are people who can be ingenious and just really prove they have talent with it doesn't take money, it takes talent. And then and then there are other situations where people all the money in the world is probably not going to help them.
Yeah.
Here's the Amityville vibrator one. Looks very hand drawn, which I like.
It does. It's adorable. Look at that. I love it. It's the best.
For God's sakes, get off.
Yep.
Amityville vibrator. I like the little drippings down here in the middle of the. There we go. Yeah.
There's in the window too. They're really creepy. This is yeah. I'm curious about the Amityville vibrator.
I do have sometimes I think a movie should have just stopped at the poster, and I'm not saying that Amityville vibrator will fit in there, but I have seen movies like that was a cool poster. It probably should have just stayed there.
Well, I mean, as you're probably aware, that for years, going back into the history of exploitation films, I mean, they come up with a title, make a poster, show it to the exhibitors. Get a good reaction, and that's what they make their movie based on.
Yeah. I do get a kick out of old poster art that really has nothing to do with the movie at all.
Oh yeah.
Like Bloodsucking Freaks. I don't think anything on the posters in the movie. But
I saw Bloodsucking Freaks before it actually got a real release.
Oh wow!
I saw it when it was under the title. What's the other title? The Incredible Torture Show.
Oh, like yes. What do you think?
At the time, I liked it. I mean, I enjoyed it for what it was because it made me laugh so much.
Yeah,
I like it. I'm a fan.
It was after I saw it that it got the title Bloodsucking Freaks, and it became a popular midnight show, at least in New York City.
I think it's very fun. Neil, was that the one that I saw and you hadn't seen?
Yeah, I had not seen it actually, and Annabelle suggested it, and so I watched it. And I was like, oh my God, this is great. And then we both let's see if we can find Joel Reed. And we found him on Facebook and we got him on the show, and really fun interview. And then we went and had lunch with him in is it Brooklyn? And wherever he was. Manhattan.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Joel Reed is one of the names that when I was making films in New York City, I was aware of the name Joel Reed, but I never met Joe.
Oh, he's such a character. Very funny. I also think very misunderstood because some people I think he's like this real creepy dude and stuff. But it's really everything you've seen was jokes. It's not. Not. It was just his sense of humor, and from a
Yeah,
different
it's very
generation, you can't really take him very seriously. But a great guy, very and very opinionated, and just an all-around fun guy.
Right. Well,
Rest in peace, Joel Reed.
It's so wonderful now that so many of the filmmakers of that generation have been brought back to life in terms of their movies, and just so I appreciate the fact that I have younger fans than
Yes,
people who probably make mainstream Hollywood movies.
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah, we went to his place, and he had a big stack of DVDs that fans of him would give him to watch their movies, and he's just a really cool guy.
I mean, I get stuff all the time. Here, I'll give a plug. I just received this book from a fan.
Nice.
He wanted me to read it, so I'm going
Very
to.
cool.
Oh, very cool.
Cool.
Blood Feud.
So New York City filmmaking, you heard of Joel Reed. Who were some of the characters of this time?
And real quick, I gotta say, I love New York movies of that era, big or small, like Taxi Driver, Maniac, all these things. Like, there's a real grit to them.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I loved working in New York basically because New York was the city people came to from all over the world just to have scenes of New York City.
Yeah.
The 70s into the 90s was the era of every other Italian-made movie would shoot for 3 days in New York City so that they could make it seem like it was in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great stuff from that era. All right, let's see here. Joe Castro, shout out to him. He also loved Hundreds of Beavers. I'm glad he got to see it. Joe Castro, great effects artist.
Yes, no, I've heard, and I actually he's one of the people I eventually would like to.
I was gonna suggest him off air to you. So interesting.
Here's the thing, my dream, my fantasy is that we do Spookies too, and I've got Gabe Bartalos, Vince Guastini. They're both respected, very experienced effects guys. But I would like to bring in as many effects guys as are possibly interested, because as I've found, Spookies is a movie that did influence a lot of people who got into effects.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'd love to have someone like Joe come in and just do one monster or do a scene or do however it works out, because I feel that I'm also interested in getting a different aesthetic from different people.
Interesting.
And,
I like
and
that.
approaching things in different ways. Spookies too will involve every type of practical effects with creatures, meaning puppets, meaning stop motion.
Nice. It's always a signal for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these techniques, they're not outdated, and as I think you're very aware, people have come to appreciate them almost more than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. And if you have one conversation with Joe, I think you'll really hit it off, because you'll see how passionate he is about monsters in movies.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of who else I knew, at the time that would, I mean, I several times visited the offices of Troma, but I somehow managed to never meet Lloyd Kaufman.
Oh, interesting. We've never been there, but we've met him. Yeah.
Right. And the Troma building was a prominent New York landmark at the time.
What did people think of Troma in the day?
In the day, to be honest, myself and my other filmmaking friends,
Yes.
we thought they were the truth is the lowest of the low. Partly because every time I met somebody who people who worked on my films and people I met through other projects, they'd be like, "Oh, I work for Troma. They never paid me. We ate Kentucky Fried Chicken for every meal every day."
It's really interesting because we always like to ask people about their experience with Troma, and we get usually one of two things: either like what you were saying, or that they credit them a lot for helping them out in their career. I think some of it depends on what you think you're going to get out of working with Troma, and also I do think people from different generations, so back then, as opposed to today, someone who's just starting out in movies, maybe they see it as a way to learn how to make a movie if they work with Troma.
Yeah, no, and I think that's from the start. That's been you know, the intention and the idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's true with all low budget movies that, you know, production assistants who are usually not getting paid are getting that experience.
Right.
I think
Because we were friends with Joel, pretty good friends with Joel Reed, and he did not like Lloyd Kaufman or Truman. But there is more of a story there.
I feel I'm qualified to offer any kind of a real opinion. I've never met Lloyd, as I said,
Right.
although I know he's had sort of a grudge through the years about street trash.
Interesting.
Well, I did not know.
They didn't acquire it.
I mean, he's claimed. In fact, on the commentary track for, I think it's the Toxic Avenger, he starts, you know, complaining about street trash. Street trash ripped off, you know, his aesthetic from Trauma movies, and we used his cast, and you know, and the fact is, when we made street trash, none of us had ever seen any of the well-known Trauma movies.
Yeah.
The Toxic Avenger, I think, came out the year we were making street trash.
Were any of the Trauma films actually popular in that time?
Well, yes. I mean, they were all over the place. They were in theaters. Plus, the one thing I will say about Trauma, and that continues to this day, is they have like the best marketing in the universe.
Yes.
Meaning that if you lived in New York City at the time, there was always some kind of a thing that Trauma was somehow worming their way into to get, you know, they find some event and then working a guy in a Toxic Avenger outfit, or you know, or some women half dressed doing something.
Yes.
Their name came up all over the place. They were getting constant newspaper coverage. So I thought that was brilliant. That they understood that that's free publicity, and it's, you know, you can't get enough of it.
He's the master.
Yeah, I also say I've had nothing but great dealings with Lloyd myself, so I just find it interesting that opinions of him are all over the place. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't feel I can form an opinion.
Sure, I respect that too.
You know, I do know that part of the reason he had sort of an attitude towards street trash is that, at least I was told this by Roy Frumkes, who wrote it, that he had been invited. We were doing a screening for, I think, a number of distributors, and Lloyd called and said he was going to be late. And he wanted us to hold the screening, and Roy didn't want to do that, and that sort of created some bad blood. I have no idea if that's a fact.
Yeah. We're going to ask him next time. What's your deal with street trash?
You know, I do know that, you know, he sort of felt like we used the actors he used, etc. Those actors came in and auditioned for us. We cast them. We had no idea, other than the fact that it might have been in their resumes. We hadn't seen the films. We didn't know from Trauma at the time.
Yeah. I mean, I have to assume that actors want other jobs than one.
Yeah.
Well, if they want other jobs, they're New York actors. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
it's not a coincidence that they're going to get into more than one New York film.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I feel like we got some really terrific people,
Yeah.
like R.L. Ryan, who plays the junkyard owner in Street Trash.
Oh my goodness.
I think he was the mayor of Tromaville at one point. I mean, you know, I mean, the thing is, there were so many talented people like floating around the New York low budget scene like that. You know, lots of very memorable faces and types.
That's what I say. Like cool characters, just like they pop up and they look interesting. So.
Yeah. You know, I mean, you still occasionally see actors like that, but you know, I mean, the trend for actors in general, probably from the beginning of movies, has been, you know, attractive and young.
Let's see. Back to Spookies 2, Brain Mutant, which was a great name. Would Spookies 2 be shot on film or digital?
It's interesting because I would love to shoot it on film, but I also, and the new Street Trash, by the way, is being shot on 35.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that. Wow.
35 millimeters. See, that blew me away when I heard that.
Yeah.
And that means that was a choice that was made to spend money like that when it could have been spent in, you know, in other ways for other things. So I really respect that. Now, the company that, you know, we are involved with to some extent for the Spookies sequel is Vinegar Syndrome, right? And you know, they were the rights holders for everything, so they will be involved, but I don't know the degree of their involvement. They also are starting to get into production, which you probably know. And I've heard that they want to shoot films on 16 millimeter.
Oh, interesting.
Right. And for the Spooky sequel, that would sort of not be something I thought of originally, but it's it's not something I would be against. I really like film and the feel that film offers, and but at the same time, it's the kind of thing where budget wise, very few directors, even big movies, the directors are not choosing to shoot on film, where they have that opportunity, but they don't choose it.
Yeah,
Money
very few
and-
people like Oppenheimer was, and like Quentin Tarantino will, but very few people do.
Right.
And there's the time in there too. I would think that would be so huge, equal to the money is the amount of time you have to spend.
Well, it's the time, and the time needs money. It's
Yes.
like I mean, the average film nowadays, even though it's tens of millions of dollars, they're shooting it on video.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're making it in a fraction of the time it was taken on film.
There's also there's a pressure, you want to get stuff done in quicker takes, obviously, because you don't want to have a bunch of film that you have to edit down.
And the fact is, I mean, it's not quite the same, but if video is shot properly by someone who knows what they're doing and knows what they're trying to achieve, it can look wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of what kind of effort and care is put into it. At the same time, I see a lot of recent films, and this is something that I try to tell people doing doing micro budget films without insulting them in any way. But it's really easy nowadays with the cameras, even the cheapest cameras, to get something to look pretty good. Mm-hmm. It doesn't take the work it once took to shoot on film to get the lighting really just the way you want it, or to even make it visible in some cases.
But I think a big thing is also the audio, because if they're not recording on good audio, that can really ruin a movie, I think.
I've seen it, and I've seen that in a lot of too many recent films, and not just tiny budgets, like films of all sizes, where I'm trying really hard to hear what the characters are saying, and I can't make out the dialogue. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's inferior sound recording. I don't get that. I mean, maybe it's a different aesthetic. It's like another thing that drives me crazy is when I'm watching a video, say on YouTube, and I suddenly hear something, and I think for a moment, and I realize there's background music, except that it's so low, it sounds like a radio playing in the next house next door or something. Mm-hmm. You can just barely hear it. I don't understand the point of putting that music in there.
Right. It's not adding a feel to it. It's just actually more of just a faint distraction.
It is, because you're straining to hear this thing because you can't quite make it out.
So it's just distracting. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm not sure this is Facebook user. How do you all feel about directors who just don't hold a camera still, even when characters are just talking?
Their arms and legs should be broken, and they should direct. They should direct not from a wheelchair, but just a chair. No, I honestly feel that way. I just feel, and to me, it's really depressing because the handheld camera has always had its place. Mm-hmm. But I feel that once you start using handheld shots, first of all, handheld cameras for many years were used just to shoot quickly and cheaply, because you didn't need a tripod, you didn't have to set up, you could just sort of walk around the camera. This has been adapted into video production to a great extent. And now you see major shows and movies, millions and millions of dollars, and they're basically just shot with some guy walking around the actors with a handheld camera, no particular rhyme or reason to the shots. It's just there to record the performances. I think that's laziness on the director's part.
Yeah.
Plus, I also, I'm a big, I hate action scenes that are shot with shaky cam. It just goes, I feel it really just detracts. It doesn't help in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make you feel like you're part of the action.
Well, like I said, I think it's laziness. It's like, yeah, I could walk out with a camera and start shooting, scenes with actors or whatever, and shoot the scene in almost as long as it takes to actually play out the scene.
Yeah.
But, how much thought is being put into it? What, I mean, I think the filmmaker is supposed to be thinking about, all right, what is the meaning of anything I've decided to put on the screen?
Yeah.
Why is it there?
Yeah.
Right. So, what is the date of the convention? Do you know offhand?
It is.
I probably should have this down. CreepyCon.
through the 27th of this
Oh,
month
sweet.
at
Very
the Knoxville Convention Center.
Very cool.
And as I said, I'll also be on the 23rd. I'll be at Orbit DVD in Asheville, North Carolina.
Love traveling. Do you
Yeah.
normally travel so much?
I haven't. I've been dying to. I have held back on getting to these conventions and stuff because I mean, there's, to tell the truth, a lot of time was spent just like researching things and contacting people, and now I'm putting all this merchandise together, and that takes far more time than I realized it would. I've been wanting to do this for a while, but I wanted to go about it in some way correctly. And this first one to me is just sort of a test case in terms of what I need to know and what I need to do or not do. I mean, I've invested in putting this merchandise together, and I think I keep getting told, oh, you'll do great. People will want all your stuff, but I'm very cautious. I don't believe in assuming my success before it's happened.
Wise.
Yeah. Well, this has been a great time talking with you, Frank. It's been over 2 hours. I think time flew for us. It flew by anyway.
And I'm glad that we might be grinding to a halt now because I noticed your original time slot was 3 hours, and I was thinking, well, gee, am I going to become boring or bored in 3 hours?
Well, that's just the time of the show. A lot of times we have two guests. Tonight we just have you on, but that's all that's needed. We don't need anyone else.
I like having one guest.
I'm glad I have enough to say and that I can keep the time slot filled. But it's it comes down to also it's when I'm talking to people and I'm having just a good time with the conversation. I mean, I could talk to you guys for another several hours without
that's how I feel about movies. They should be as long as they need to be. I'm fine with a long movie, but sometimes they don't need to be that long.
I agree with you too. If I'm thrilled throughout the entire movie, I don't care if it's a minute or 3 hours.
Yes.
Right. And that's how we try to do with the interviews. If it feels cool, let's just keep doing it. And then
Sounds good. Look, I'm up and available for any time you guys want to do something.
Awesome.
I will fill you in on major things as they take place with my projects.
I love it.
I have a couple of other projects, smaller side projects. It's like for several years I've resisted the thought of doing a micro budget film. Meaning I'm sure that I could just put together something, go to Kickstarter or something, and I'm sure I could raise some small amount of money to make a film. But I have an idea that I almost started shooting a couple of months ago that was a low budget idea that my partner Tom Doran came up with that I sort of revived, and I still may make that because it was a title we came up with as a joke, and we used to just joke about making it, and it was basically sort of like like we didn't want to make some cheap rip-off imitative movie. So at one point we came up with the title "The Hackensack Blowtorch Atrocities." And we used to just joke about it, right? Then one day Tom says, "Oh, I wrote an outline for the Hackensack Blowtorch." Oh, okay. And he wrote it, and he wrote this fucking great opening scene. And he's like, all right, you have to make this now because I want to see this movie. But he never got past it with that. And then recently, I was asked to shoot something just as sort of an indication of my directing ability in regard to raising money for Spookies 2. And I thought, oh, all right, well, why not do like the first 5 or 10 minutes of this project that costs that much? But it's a very flashy, showy little sequence. So I am now interested in doing that, and my partner Dave thinks that we should pursue that.
I think it's a good idea for a lot of the reasons. Like you said, I get you back, like ready to do like a bigger thing. It also get your like, hey, he did this. Let's do this bigger thing.
Well, beyond which,
also if you do festivals, maybe you get you into like that world.
It's also that the intent with it is like we're not just looking to make another one to toss on the fire, so to speak. Yeah. I'm interested in doing something that people, they may say, oh, Hackensack Blowtorch Atrocity. What kind of crap is this? But I want them to see it and say, wow, this isn't what I expected at all.
Yeah.
Well, my imagination of this title has some pretty, I think, great expectations. That title is wonderful. I love it. I think that would be, it sounds like it would be an incredibly fun, silly, spoofy movie.
And the thing is, the town of Hackensack, New Jersey, which
Yes.
is where it would be set, is like the most, nebbage average town in the world. It's not like there's anything that's special about it. So
Mhm. Well, I think that's great. Very
Yeah.
good. So you've got some other little things going on. So we could see something sooner.
it's possible. I mean, to tell the truth, I guess I'd like to get started on these conventions. I'd like to.
Yes.
I've got to get more merchandise together in terms of planning it and having stuff designed and doing all that. I have other scripts I want to write.
Yeah.
I also have a bizarre action comedy about clowns that I want to write.
Ooh,
Not a horror movie about clowns, but
Interesting.
it is about the horror of clowns.
interesting.
I like it. All right, very
It's a
good.
rough world being a clown.
It is. Yeah.
It is, and the thing is, I told you like before that I love silent films. I love silent comedy. And then I thought a few years ago, I thought about the fact, oh, gee, why do I not like clowns? It seems I should like clowns. And I realized most clowns suck beyond belief. But I also realized in the more research I did, clowns up until a certain time were incredibly respected performers all over the world. They did stage shows in front of audiences of thousands and toured Europe and etc. And they were highly respected because they were artists, Wow. But now, most of them are party clowns. So they've really descended.
Yes.
The rise and fall of the clowns. Interesting.
Poor clowns.
Yeah.
Don't pity them.
All right. We will talk to you again, Frank. We'll do this again soon.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. I look forward to it, and I want you to have a good rest of your evening.
All right.
You
You
as
as
well.
well.
And good luck with the weekend upcoming.
Yeah.
Hope
Thank
have
you.
Great success.
Thank you, and I'm here for you anytime.
Wonderful. Thanks, Frank.
Take care,
Thank
guys. Talk to you
Bye.
soon. Bye-bye
Bye.
now.
All right. So we will have music. I can kick you out of here, Frank, if you can't find out how to get out of here.
Well, I can't find the
Mystery
window
tab.
that I was in.
Oh, that's right.
I'm going to turn off my web browser and cut off all communication.
All right. Sounds
All right.
Oh,
Nope, there we go.
yeah.
Done.
All right, very good. All right, so music of the month here is Hellbender. They are actually shooting something new right now, so they didn't get a chance to send me tracks. So I do have a track at the end of the show, but I don't have a track here for the middle.
Oh.
So we are gonna play. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna play the Diablo Joe review of the Prime Evils. This is a little long review, about 5 minutes, one of those longer ones, but it's a really cool, and it goes into the history of the Prime Evils. It's really well done, and then we'll be back.
The Prime Evils being the movie that Charles Band has been working
Yes,
on.
Charles Band.
We interviewed him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so after you watch this, the rest of the show, then go in and listen and watch the interview with Charles Band. All right, we'll be right back.
Joe Diablo reviews The Prime Evils. It's delightfully ironic that in the past year, two of cinema's greatest stop-motion animators and effects artists have had their decades-long passion projects reach fruition and public release. First was the legendary Phil Tippett's fever dream, Mad God, which gave us a hallucinogenic trip into hell filled with a phantasmagoria of twisted delights. Now, from the late David Allen comes a very different labor of love that harkens back to a much more innocent era of filmmaking. Like Tippett's film, The Prime Evils had become the stuff of film fan mythos, and, like its predecessor, it will likely be welcomed with open arms by those who've long whispered its name as if it were some lost holy relic. The story of The Prime Evils goes back many decades into the 1970s. Effects artist David Allen was one of the crop of young talents who came up in the wake of stop-motion pioneers Willis O'Brien and the incomparable Ray Harryhausen. Allen had spoken of his dream project here and there in interviews in magazines such as Starlog, Cinefantastique, and others. For nearly 20 years, it lingered as not much more than a hopeful anecdote amongst fans of fantastic cinema. But in 1994, after years in the industry working on some of the biggest films around, Allen received the support of a giant of B-genre movies, Charles Band, in finally bringing the Primevals into production. Allen and Band had worked together as far back as 1978's Laser Blast. Since then, Allen contributed animation and effects to a score of Band's pictures and helmed Band's direct-to-video Puppet Master 2. The Primevals' principal photography wrapped in '94, but Allen's extensive and time-consuming post-production stop-motion effects came to a tragic halt when Allen died of cancer in 1999. Once again, the project seemed lost forever. But recently, Band, working with a talented team of effects artists and with the support of a crowdfunding effort, has managed to revive and finally complete David Allen's grand vision for the world to see. The Primevals follows a group of scientists and researchers who, following the discovery of the body of an abominable snowman, venture into the Himalayas to capture a Yeti live. In pursuit of the creature, they stumble upon a hidden tropical paradise created by a mysterious ancient alien technology whose creators may still, eons later, pose a threat to the group. If this sounds a bit silly, well, it is. The Primevals is nothing if not a love letter to motion pictures such as The Thief of Baghdad, Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, First Men on the Moon, and Mysterious Island, as well as the writings of Wells, Burroughs, and others. Going into production a year after the release of Jurassic Park, even if this film had gotten released by the end of the decade, audiences would likely have viewed it as an anachronism, or worse, cheap and cheesy. With the current resurgent appreciation and nostalgia for practical, non-CGI effects, its chance to age on the shelf may have been to the Primevals' benefit. But just how is it as a movie? Simply put, The Primevals is a joy that harkens back to a simpler era of escapist storytelling. Yes, silly, but also a lot of fun. This band of explorers is led by a dedicated professor, played with radiant, wide-eyed enthusiasm by Juliette Mills in a gender updating from the wizened old lecturer trope. Along for the ride is her dashingly hunky prize student and a plucky female scientist. And what would a party like this be without a fearless young Nepalese guide and a seen-it-all adventurer, named without irony, Rondo Montana? There's no inner angst for these characters, no petty conflicts. When you're busy doing daring acts of bravery and spouting ridiculous scientific observation, who has time to be brooding? They're classic genre film archetypes accompanied by Richard Band's rousing, perfect music score, who are tossed into an exotic setting filled with incredible creatures. And what of those incredible creatures in David Allen's beloved stop-motion animation? Allen's fantastic creations are nothing if not awesome examples of movie magic. As likable as the cast is, and they are, no one enters this film wanting to see the human actors. You drop your coin for a ticket to see the monsters and marvels, and the Primevals delivers them. Allen's ginger-haired design for the Yetis is an obvious homage to that titan of all stop-motion creations, Kong. And the spindly lizard bug aliens honor both Harryhausen's great skeletons of Jason and the Argonauts and his Selenites from First Men on the Moon. These are examples of cinema wonders at their most delightful. It's a tragedy that a talented and well-respected artist such as David Allen died too soon. Likewise, that he never got to see the Primevals come to completion is equally unfortunate. But the efforts of Charles Band and others to see this project through is a treat for any film lover who appreciates a rousing adventure, heroic characters, and terrific creatures from the imagination of a genuine movie magician. This devil of a reviewer gives the Primevals 4 out of 5 imps. Joe Diablo reviews Death Metal. Ever since Haunting Church Bells and Thunder segued into that legendary Tony Iommi G power chord at the top of Black Sabbath's eponymous first album and track, heavy metal and the occult have been inseparably linked. And as Sabbath had taken their band name from the title of Mario Bava's classic film, horror cinema and metal have similarly been intertwined. Hurtling in with double kick drum fury is writer-director Michael Cusick's film of demonic musical possession, death metal. And it's likely no coincidence that this film is quite reminiscent in spirit and madness of Bava's son Lamberto's Demons and its sequel. Abyssinister is a band on the rocks. Their label is on the verge of dropping them, and like metal versions of Snake Plissken, everybody reacts with surprise that they are still around. Their Hail Satan Pass comes in the form of a chance to record an album with legendary producer Fleming in his remote studio. And for the occasion, their de facto leader Ivan has returned from a retreat in Europe with a coveted inspiration, a demonic score known as the Devil's Concerto, music supposedly so steeped in evil that all who hear it are murderously damned. Death metal is, much like its musical namesake, an enjoyable and raucous affair that seems to be enjoying the hell out of what it's doing. Cusick and company obviously love gross-out demonic horror and head-slamming music. And while the film may be light on the actual music, we never really see or hear Abyssinister perform much, though the film treats us to an opening title clip from death metal vet's Incantation. It exceeds in the gore department with some genuinely icky effects. As implied above, death metal is much like the Italian horror it seems to homage, and isn't overly concerned with plot or logic. It establishes a basic premise and runs from there, letting hell literally break loose. The film's performances are a bit of a mixed bag, with some actors faring better than others, but even a couple of stiffer cast members don't gum up the fun and horror. Faring best is actor Shadia Martin in the role of, well, Shadia. Because if Black Sabbath can be a film, band, album, and song, why can't an actor and character share a name too? Martin is by far the standout in the movie, and the fact that Cusick has relied upon her as much of the emotional backbone of the film is a smart move on his part. Also quite good is Tom Condoles as Caton, the Abyssinister member who suffers one of the more unsightly fates the film offers up. In fact, one of the film's stronger points is that its characters are decently distinct, at least the ones who survived the film long enough to get to know. However, for a movie that appears to have been made by a filmmaker with a more than passing love of metal music, the machinations of being in a band and recording an album sometimes seem as stereotypically inaccurate as any Hollywoodized version. But again, that doesn't detract from the bloody mess of fun that death metal dishes up. Its demonic grue and gore are delightfully excessive and wonderfully creative. Except for some hackneyed digital stuff near the film's conclusion that resembles crappy video work from the 1980s, the movie excels in the effects department, giving us more than our money's worth. Cusick's visual sense is spot on for this sort of thing. The creepy slow motion, the gross-out extreme close-ups of flesh and organs, and the moody atmosphere. It's all there. Death metal is, in the end, just the sort of film that a horror or metal fan, so often one and the same, would get a welcome kick in the gut from. It's great fun and a gory, loud, good time. This devil of a reviewer gives death metal 3 out of 5 imps.
Hi, this is Adrienne Barbeau. Just call me Billy. Everyone does. And you're listening to withoutyourhead.com.
All right, and we are back here once again at Without Your Head.
Here we are, Annabelle Lecter and...
Nasty Neil.
Indeed. Joe's got great reviews and really tough. There's some words he used in the last one. I was like, oh, Joe.
Yeah, and it's a recent one I put up. He gave 5. He gave 5 to, which is very hard to get from Joe.
Which one was that?
Let me grab it real quick. Oh, it was we'll be having them on soon. Where the Devils Roam, Where the Devil Roams, from the Addams Family.
Oh,
Music of the month here, Hellbender. So I'm glad he really liked it since we have since we're playing their music this month.
Yes,
that'll be in 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks.
How many people have known the family, seeing Hellbender? What else have they made? They have made other
The
things.
Deeper You Dig was the first movie that I saw there. It's great. I believe it's on Shudder. I loved it. I loved Hellbender. And then I think they've done some stuff before that, but those are their two ones that the features that really got people's attention.
And the music is fantastic. They're very. This is a talented family.
Yes, yes. And so I believe possibly all four will be on next in 2 weeks. Not next week. 2 weeks
Not
from
next
now. Yeah.
What happens next week?
Next week is August Underground, a very different film. It's a very extreme film from the early 2000s.
Yeah. I wasn't real hot on the description. I'd heard of it, and then I looked it up, and I was like,
It's definitely going to be not a movie for everyone.
no. Didn't look like it would be a movie for me. I don't think I would see that as a research for the show from the trailer.
Fred Vogel, writer, director, creator from Toe Tag Pictures. That's what started his career, August Underground. And so it'll be interesting. The movie's got a big special edition coming out, I think 3 days after we have him on the show.
Is he still making stuff?
Yes. Recently he made The Final Interview, which I thought was his best movie.
What's that about?
We had talked about it last time. It's very similar to Nefarious, and it came out years before that, where it's really primarily two characters, conversation between them, a serial killer, and like a news report, sort of like a Geraldo Rivera of the 80s. And he does a really good job where it's a period piece in the 80s, but it's not like knocking you over the head, like here's a Rubik's Cube and here all this stuff. It just feels like something that like from the 80s. And it's, it's dialogue driven. It's really just two characters talking. There's some other stuff, but it's primarily that's the movie. Much different than the August Underground films.
Yeah, I'm seeing known for Final Interview from 2018, August Underground 2001. Have you seen Sela Turcica?
I have not, I don't believe.
Because that was right in the middle in 2010. So I'm curious about, having learned a little about August Underground, and he's done other things, but those were his known things. So I'm just wondering what this
to see if it's on somewhere we can watch it.
Paralyzed soldier returns from war to his family in worse shape than anyone at home could imagine is the description of that movie. Camille Keaton is in it.
Oh yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
And I believe Damien is also one of the main actors in The Final Interview. He's in that movie too.
What did you think of August Underground, Neil?
I mentioned before, I'm not really a big fan of the movie, but it's definitely has a huge following, and I like Fred Vogel. I met him in Buffalo, and we had him on the show when Final Interview came out. It's not necessarily my kind of movie, but I think it's interesting to talk about.
Yeah. The new movie looks really well made, and I think that says a lot for someone who start off in, like, it looks like some pretty dark themes would clearly have gathered the talent around them to make The Final Interview.
Yeah, and the main actor there, he's in a lot of mainstream stuff.
Yeah.
It's a really well made movie. I really like it. I don't know if it's I don't know. I should look it up at where The Final Interview, if you can see it anywhere. I remember at the time, this was 4 or 5 years ago. He was having it didn't have distribution at that time, but I think it's somewhere
provide
now.
a screener, perhaps?
I'll ask him.
A veteran newscaster desperate for ratings secures an interview with a mass murderer on death row the night before the man is set to be executed. What our newscaster thinks will be an easy ratings boost turns into a dangerous psychological game between two manipulative alpha males. So neither of them sound like a champ. But much like the movie you were just talking about, the what was it called? The one we did the interview with those two dudes.
Nefarious.
Yes, those two guys. I don't know if they meant for the psychiatrist to be likable, but he was not.
Yeah, I don't think they did, honestly.
He was not likable. But I like the movie. I've just seen a little bit of attention go on that movie to like if I steer away a little bit from Fred Vogel.
Mm-hmm.
That people, I don't know why there's recent criticism of that movie.
Nefarious.
Yeah, but I'm seeing like people get very.
They were mad. Even people were mad about it. Like when we had the people on the show.
Yeah, they're very angry, very angry. I just find it fascinating. Like I get the idea that this is made by some conservative Christians, and there's far right person in it, Glenn Beck. I don't know. I mean, you don't have to like. I don't know. It just seems like the movie I thought was a good movie.
I thought so too. I thought it asked interesting questions, which you don't even. I mean, you don't have to agree with the movie. I don't. The only problem I had, honestly, in our review, I said was the very end of Nefarious, where I thought they actually did. The movie's not preachy until the very end, and I do think that's a mistake as a movie itself was the end with. Not because it's Glenn Beck. I just thought it was. It crossed the line from asking questions and you make up your mind what's happening or where you are in here, and then it was just like this is what we're seeing.
Yeah. And I think that's a funny thing about leaving it up to asking questions, because when we were interviewing them, I feel bad I can't remember both their names. I'm not a names person.
They're very nice, and I've talked to them since then.
The guy who...
And they've said that it was their favorite interview they did, and not just to be nice, because they liked the fact that we didn't have the same beliefs. And
it was very interesting. The guy who was more animated... I can remember, he was so fun. He was saying, both of them ended up saying that, like, I had really thought it was fascinating that this evil demon character told such great kind of like story of why angels became, like, why demons happened and why Lucifer fell. And I thought it was very convincing on the side of Satan, that like God is an ass and humans don't, like, what did they do? Like, he just made humans to worship him. Like, what is that? And I thought that was such a sale on the side of Satan. And then to talk in the interview, and they're like, yes, he uses his trickery, and he's using trickery. I'm like, his trickery is working. Like, you made his trickery work in the movie. So
right.
So that was really interesting.
That's why I liked, because I liked that the devil in it, or the demon, whatever he was. I don't think he was actually the devil, but he was, the evil in it was using people's guilt, and so that doesn't necessarily even mean that if you have guilt that you're actually guilty, but you can have guilt, like the idea of these big topics like assisted suicide, abortion, and I thought that would, I mean, really, it's very similar to any movie that deals with Satan or the devil or demons. Exorcist is playing on the emotions and the guilt of the characters.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes.
Because regardless of what, I'm actually very pro assisted suicide for people who need it. I don't understand, not to get into this big topic, I guess, but I don't understand people who are like, no one would think if your pet is suffering, oh, we've got to let it suffer and die. You would say, we want to do the humane thing. And then they say, well, human life is precious. But to me, you would actually be saying the reverse, that a human then should suffer and die, where you wouldn't have, you would have the same humanity for your pet. And
I don't think all those people would euthanize their pets.
I would think. I think that's most people would. If there's nothing you could do,
Some people don't. I worked at a kennel. It was pretty sad seeing some of the scenarios people were in with like not wanting to give their pets medications and trying to feed them stupid shit. It's like,
well, the point though was like I totally
yes.
is so, but it's still a big deal. It's still like so in the movie the demon the evil playing on someone's guilt for doing that. Like I mean that's strong, that's powerful. It's not something that someone just lightly goes into and just be like, oh yeah, we're just whatever, who cares, we'll do this. So I thought it was an interesting question, and even if I don't agree with whatever they think, I thought it was handled well in the movie.
Yeah, talking about like the idea of it, are people just like, if there is someone in your personal life who's very sick and suffering, is it more about easing their suffering, or is it more about you easing the burden on yourself, is part of the question.
I mean, I'm sure almost everyone watching this has had family members who, were at the end of their life and pulling the plug. Basically, they're gonna starve and to death. It's not. It's not like you pull the plug on them and you take away their machine keeping them alive, and then they have a quick painless, well, maybe painless if they're not sure what's going on, but it's not a quick death. I don't understand why that's more humane than giving them something where they would just go to sleep and that would be the end. When there's no way they're going to get better.
See, now I think that's interesting because because what you're saying sounds like the person who's sick is not conscious to the point where they can make their own choices.
I've been witness to that and witness to someone who was conscious, and that was also what he wanted. My grandmother did not really know what was going on, and it was not not pleasant. And my uncle was conscious of what was going on, and that was also his decision.
Yeah.
But I mean, anyway, for the movie, I think it's still interesting, to have. I think no matter what your opinion on that, it's that's what if devil and all that stuff was real, that's what it would focus on, something that is a hard decision on you and try to make and feed on your guilt.
I don't know. I feel like if I was a demon, I would try to, because there was no seduction, like come to the dark side. It was like, you're actually evil, haha. So I don't know if he was kind of, it doesn't matter, because
In Exorcist, I don't think they weren't really trying to seduce the priest either. They were really just trying to make them feel horrible.
Yes. Yeah. But it was an interesting.
But either way, I think it's a really well made movie, and it made me think, and I liked it.
I liked it. A lot of interesting, just ethical ideas, whether or not it has something to do with God. There are human ethical ideas, like the idea of, when does human life, the value of human life, at what point does that change, and why does it change? Like, at what point is like a little whatever people want to label that. Like, let's just go with, I'm not even going to use words because there's so many different ways to define it. Something in a pregnant woman, at what point is it, like, for people not socially acceptable to, if it's a totally healthy mother, totally healthy child? I just think that these are really interesting questions, and much like euthanasia of adults or kids, I guess there's all ages of people that suffer. So what's the point of life? To just force people into suffering? Like, is that part of the test? Like, I think in a religious way, it's like, oh, this is part of your test, is can you endure suffering so that you can have the greater reward of heaven?
And I thought the movie also, even though they actually kind of like what you're saying, kind of disagreed with how I took the movie, was really talking about the death penalty, if that's murder or not. And I thought that was interesting in the film.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
But I recommend the movie, and it kept me interested when it's primarily two people, which I don't know why I even have to say that. I don't see why that would be boring anyway, people having dialogue. But, people might hear that and think, oh, it's boring. It's just two people talking. But I found it very interesting.
I wonder if part of the sale on the movie is like, we did see it together.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that's part of what did make it work for us, is we could have a conversation about
It's
it.
definitely a movie it's good to talk about and think about. It's not a movie. It's not a popcorn movie at all. It's not a movie you'd go and watch and then like whatever. I would go, get a taco or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that probably could be part of it, is if you just watch that movie and you just are left with it and don't have the opportunity to talk with someone about what they thought and the ideas inspires. I think it's probably more about the conversation it inspires than even about the movie itself.
But yeah, I liked it. I didn't feel like, honestly, until the very end, I do think that was a mistake in the movie itself.
Mm-hmm.
As them as movie makers, I don't think it was needed, and I think it took away from the movie.
Mm.
But besides that, I really liked it. I liked it a lot. I keep a list of my favorite horror movies. It's currently on there for the year.
Wow.
Will
Wow.
it make the top 13 by the end of the year? I don't know, but it'll at the very least it will get honorable mention. I thought it was really good.
Very good. Hey, we saw movies recently that we haven't talked about yet.
We did.
What are they? I don't remember. There's something out there.
Real quick,
Yeah.
Vic Schiavone, Nefarious, a great movie. It bothers me where some people said it shouldn't be made because they disagreed with the beliefs of the people making. I'm glad that you did not. Thank you. And also, I want to shout out to Vic Schiavone, who is different political beliefs than us, and he's also Christian, which that's totally fine. But he took his two daughters to see Barbie, and he loved it. And I'm glad that he is saying that, because there are people who I don't think some of them even see it and just want to attack it as like this woke thing. And that's it's kind of odd to me to have the position that like something that's like pro women's rights, and I don't know, just having conversations about things. That shouldn't be political one way or the other.
Mm.
But the more I thought about Barbie too, I know we had the review up. The more I appreciated Barbie. I think also when we talked to Frank about like these movies that are cookie cutter and they go by formula. When you took something that's so established, Barbie, and I was against even seeing it. If it wasn't for the show, I probably wouldn't have seen it for dinner and a movie. And I was like, I don't care about Barbie dolls. I don't care. It seems like this big, giant
Marketing scheme?
Yeah. Like, I don't care about that. But they took all of that, so they have all that built in, and they made a really subversive movie about and asked like important questions, not even just important questions, but I think put a spotlight on topics that maybe some people don't even think about. And I really appreciate that, because they could have just made some whatever pretty movie, which it is a pretty movie, but just made something that was inconsequential you didn't care about. But they made something I thought very smart.
I think part of the smart thing is that people can get out of it what they want. So if you see it and you're like, yes, this is a powerful statement movie, cool. And at the same time, it is a brilliant marketing tool, because now it doesn't only appeal to actual people who like I did not like Barbie. I got a Barbie for Christmas when I was a kid, and I literally cried. I was so sad because I'm like, this person doesn't know me. So it was a very sad moment. At any rate, I enjoyed it. Am I going to run out and buy a Barbie? Maybe if it was really cool, I would.
Yeah, if they had the weird Barbie.
They had weird Barbie, who I strongly identify with.
Yeah.
Maybe I would buy it. I don't know. So I think that marketing wise, yeah, it was absolutely genius. And maybe at the top of the food chain of Barbie, they don't give a shit about anything, and yet the message is there regardless of whether or not they care.
Yeah, I think that's what makes a subversive film. And I had a little conversation with Vic, and I was like, it's got a Twilight Zone like vibe to it because it's just it is like it's almost a science fiction movie. I guess you could call it a science fiction movie, and it's about it's very socially relevant, and I dug it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's nice to see that the Barbenheimer experience really caught on. It was honestly a really fun thing to be a part of, to see everyone dressed up, mostly in pink, but we saw some people dressed in the Oppenheimer attire, and it was very hot too, so it's not necessarily like you want to walk around with a trench coat, but you had the hat on, and some other people did. And there are two movies that are, and I'm actually not anti-MCU movies, but these are movies that are not typical blockbustery movies.
Yeah,
and I think
like
both of them are much smarter.
The hour-long movie is
Yeah.
not usually the top of the charts anymore.
Right. So it was a cool experience, and I'm glad people went out to see him, and they're still going to see him. I guess Barbie, the thing's going to make $1 billion, which is
Wow.
insane.
This is a huge moment for cinema to know that these are, like you said, these are such different movies. And I think Barbie has all the things that would make it a Hollywood blockbuster, but that a 3-hour, what would be considered a fairly dry topic by many, would not be appealing to many of the people that saw it and were like, oh, this is actually good.
You're right.
So they will give other long historical drama, if you could call it that, and give it a chance. So
Yeah, and it made me seek out the book. It's
Empire of its kind.
Right. Yeah, and it made me seek out the book it was based on, and I've been listening to the audiobook. The audiobook's 27 hours, so it's going to take me a little time, but
Dang.
it's really interesting. He's still in college in the book, and I'm many hours in.
Wow.
You can't. They couldn't make a 27-hour book, so there's a lot to the man, obviously, for Oppenheimer. But it was a cool experience, and I'm glad we went.
Yeah. What was the movie we saw?
I know I have it's Talk to Me.
Talk to Me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we saw that, like the early movie. Wow, what a great movie. It was great. It had everything. I just felt like it had all the stuff it needed. It had great cast. It had like creepiness. I love like possession kinds of movies. It was very spooky. It had really nasty stuff, like really gross stuff. Great makeup work. It was very dark. It wasn't like, oh, this is like gonna change my life, but it really was very entertaining. I think it was unique. Like usually I don't like movies that are about this kind of age, like the late teen groups of people. Like I'm just like, I want nothing to do with that, and I'm waiting for them all to die. And this time I didn't really feel that as much. I didn't want everybody. One guy I really didn't like, but so I think it must have been very successful if it was able to keep me involved with a bunch of teens.
And this is a movie I've seen a lot of great word of mouth, which made me really happy. I think it won't like Barbie numbers, but I think it's doing really well, which is great. And like I said, I saw a lot of people recommending it. Way darker than I expected, because I did go in like yourself thinking I did think it looked cool, but I did go in thinking it would be a more mainstreamy, kind of typical, late teen, early 20s horror movie, whatever that means. But a much darker movie. It's not a feel-good movie.
No.
I think the people seem very real. All the characters, and I think what they're doing seem real. Like maybe you think because at one point you think, well, why would someone do this? But you could kind of tell like it was. Then I thought like if I was that age, I probably would have done this too.
Yeah, because you normalize something that's scary, and then it's just fun.
Yeah, so the premise is like they have this hand, and you never really know the exact origins, which I like that too. And you hold the hand, and like you say, "Talk to me," and like they see the ghost, and they just show enough of them so you get the vibe of instead of always showing the ghost, I think you then you get the idea of they're seeing something, you know,
Well, and
not
then you have the whole idea of your own imagination coming into play.
right,
And
which
that
I think is
all
smart. Yeah,
really
it gives you
scary.
enough to get in your mind, and then you can think of what's really, you know, scary or disturbing, and then it take you one step further. I'll let you in, and then the ghost actually comes into you. So it's very, you know, it's that's, you know, a weird thing, and then it starts, you know, like there's a time limit on it. And I think that it's good that they don't give too much of all the rule. They give like the basics of the rules and not how he knows the rules, which also seems kind of like it kind of grounds this in reality, even though it's, you know, a fantasy and stuff. Because if this was real, probably it kept passing to other people and they would give like the idea of what the rules are. You know what I mean?
And
And
it
so I
changes
like that.
by little. And
Yeah, and it doesn't go like really, like I said, into the. It doesn't try to break this down exactly like what it is and where it came from. So that's up to your imagination.
yeah, and I think that's so important to make it feel real. Is that you come across something like I could come up with anything in front of me, some cool old thing. And if I was to tell you this full story of the exact whatever the history is, that could be interesting. But if I started coming up with all kinds of crazy shit and theories about why it exists and where it came from and where it's been and how it was designed, that gets really fun and cool because your imagination comes into it. And I think for the people, the characters themselves, the idea of their own imagination feeding into the experience is also valuable.
Yeah, so I thought it was great. I'm glad it's doing well. I know there's a backlash against A24 movies. I like most of them.
I don't know.
I like schlocky horror movies. I love spookies. I love basket case. I also like thought provoking horror movies, and they do make. I know people sometimes are against like an artsy horror movie. I mean, if that's not your bag, that's fine. But it's also a little sad if people are just against anything that's.
Yeah, like you can just not like it and not
Yeah.
like trash it. I don't know.
Right. But I do think this. If you are against A24 movies, whatever, this isn't like super. Most of them are very long, and maybe probably more surreal or something. So this is probably not a mainstream movie, but probably more mainstream than a lot of the A24 movies.
Yeah. Yes. But so dark, and it gets dark pretty early, and there's several things that happen that I think are pretty intense. But that kid, I'm not going to say anything. Whew, that kid,
Yeah.
no, not good.
Mm-mm.
Really good makeup effects.
Yeah, it's great effects. Very some brutal scenes in the movie. Just I highly recommend it. What? How many headless heads would you give it? Headless heads. That doesn't make any sense, but.
I really liked it. I would. It's tough after the fact. I guess it's weird because, like, in the moment, I think sometimes I could go too much in a direction that maybe later I disagree with myself. I will say, 4. I feel it's not, I don't know. It was very good.
I'm in the exact same way because I was thinking, do I go 5 because I don't really have any negatives to it, but do I want to say it's the best? So I think 4 is very good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I probably would not feel the need to return to it. There's no characters I loved. I enjoyed it, and I liked the main woman.
Yeah.
She was really cool, but I didn't feel really attached to anybody's, and I think that's part of movies that I would 5 is feeling like some more.
Yeah. And 4 is
something.
great though. I think. Yeah.
She was awesome. I thought
Very
some
original
funny
movie.
compliment was I mean, actually, I don't know who said it, but it was that it was like so good that it was surprising. It was like surprising that it wasn't American or something like that.
Yeah. It was Australian movie. Yeah.
Comment.
And it was weird because I've seen like this backlash against the movie not by many people, but by some people, and all they fixate is on this one scene where the girl smiles, and like, this is what's considered creepy today, is people smiling. I'm like you took a still from the movie, and that's not what the movie's about at all. So go see it. If you see it and you don't like it, that's fine. But people having this real big opinions on anything based off like one still in something is really just lame to me.
I did have a big opinion about the monsters, but honestly, that's because I find that funny. To me, it's like making fun of some movies I just find enjoyable. And it was not a good movie.
Which movie?
The Monsters.
Oh, The Munsters.
Yeah, when that came out, that like promo picture is like, no!
Right. Yeah.
But,
no, I agree.
Yeah.
That's a really rotten movie, I'll be honest.
It was a really bad movie.
Yeah. But Talk to Me was really good. So I've been putting these up too as dinner and movies, so go check that out. But Monsters, I gave it a shot, but it's so unfunny. I think every joke was completely rotten. It didn't even make me. I don't know if any. I think maybe a couple non-Munster stuff might have made me smile a little bit near the beginning.
Yeah.
When it's like Richard Briggs, probably the best part of the movie.
He's the best. He's so good.
Yeah, it's wow. Like, wow, it's this really poor movie.
Yeah. It was not as bad as I thought it would be, but that doesn't make it good.
Mm-hmm. Now you could they really take all this time to make the characters like reminiscent of the original ones. The grandpa really looks good. And they make all these big. I saw people saying the sets don't look good, but I actually have no problem with the sets. I thought the sets were colorful and looked fine. But couldn't they have worked on a script of some kind? Not like just these horrendous jokes that like were not even clever or humorous or even. They didn't even like make me even chuckle or just crack a smile.
Well, I'm sure it made some amount of money. I wonder how much it did.
I don't think it did too well because they're not making any more of them. So.
Not making.
I mean, it was they sold it to Netflix, so I don't know how you come about how well that does because Netflix won't tell you how many. I guess a lot of people probably watched it on Netflix, but I don't know how what that results in because it didn't go to the theaters or anything.
Yeah, 4.5 out of 10 rating on IMDb. Whew. Well, I hope everybody had a great time making that.
Yeah. And you can go check my interview with the grandpa from it. He's a very nice guy.
He's probably very.
He was very nice. So I wonder. I remember this when Frank was talking about. He went to the drive-in. He didn't go to the drive-in. He was at. They showed Spookies at a drive-in. Mm-hmm. Was coming up. It's the New York. I think it's New York or is it Brooklyn? New York Horror Festival. I think it's either at the end of this year or next year. And we were invited to be part of it. And it's going to be a drive-in festival.
Wow.
And I was like, this is a pretty cool idea.
That's very cool. What part of New York?
I'll have to look more into it.
Probably not the big city.
Probably not.
Drive-ins right there. But
I was like, I like the idea, though.
Neil, while I'm thinking of it, I don't want to forget, what are the up-and-coming festivals for Once and Future Smash?
So tonight, our buddy here, Mike Kusiak from movie we just showed the review of, Death Metal, who I'm wearing the shirt. Sent me this shirt. It's pretty rocking. I love it. He's at Gen Con right now. And while we were interviewing Frank, he sent me a picture because the What's the Future Smash won Best Documentary Film.
Get out.
At Gen
Oh,
Con.
shit. How many times has it won Best Documentary?
This is the first one.
Oh, I thought you got another one.
I knew in advance it won. But yeah, it won Best Documentary. So thank you for sending
amazing.
that picture. It's very cool.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Can you
So
put
it's
up a picture on the big screen here?
I can. Yeah, he sent
Yeah.
me a picture of it. I'll send it here. And that's pretty cool at Gen Con. I didn't even know until recently Gen Con does a festival.
Mhm.
Boom, Best Documentary Film.
That's
So
great.
thank you, Mike. Mike's a good man. Look
So
forward to
where
having
else
him back on the show.
are you going to be played?
So, from there, we're going to be playing genre, which, by the way, death metal is actually playing at Gen Con, so that's cool. That's why he's there. Then we're going to be at Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend at the same time I'm filming Psycho 2. Unfortunate. It's too bad all the stuff's at once because I really do like Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival.
Yeah.
I believe Sophia will be there. It's August 18th through the 24th. So it's probably actually the week before, but I mean that's hard for me to do. But
I'm going to be gone that weekend anyways, so I will go.
And then we're gonna be at Genre Blast in the mountains of Virginia, and that will be I believe the September 1st through the 4th.
Oh, they've got a really
which I will be there.
Art here. Let's see.
I will give people heads up if you want to go. There's no local airport. You got to basically fly into Washington, D.C., and then it's about an hour away from there. So it's kind of
Genre Blast appreciates you letting me.
But I'm letting everyone know in advance. I want to let everyone know. But maybe if you're driving in or something.
Yes.
But
August 1st through September 3rd.
As my friend Robin said, she said, "Silly, everything in Virginia is in the mountains." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Virginia or West Virginia?
Virginia. Straight Virginia.
Beautiful place.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to that. So I'm going to film Psycho 2, and then I'm going to fly with Michael Epstein to Genre Blast.
Very nice. Very nice.
And Robin's going to come out to Genre Blast to see it. So that's cool.
Oh, coolio. Very nice. Where does Robin live?
Virginia.
Oh, that makes sense.
Not that very. It's like 4 hours away.
Well, Virginia's big. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I'm totally worth driving 4 hours for. The movie.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Oh, I don't know if you saw this. Today they announced it. You mentioned Coolidge earlier.
Oh.
Boom! Coolidge Corridor Theater's Halloween Horror Marathon. 12 hours. Featuring many witches, Rosemary's Baby, Suspiria, and the Blair Witch Project. They actually gave three out.
That's exciting. I gotta find this immediately.
I bought my ticket earlier.
Well, I'm gonna have to buy one now. Where did you find it?
It's on the Coolidge website.
I'm like anxious. I'm anxious. I feel like I'm going to lose my chance because they sold out last year at least.
Yeah, it just went on sale today, though. So
Coolidge. Is it under Coolidge After Midnight?
Yeah, Coolidge After Midnight, and then just scroll down. I think it's the last thing listed on the website.
What have they got up and coming? Let's see.
Let's
see, they play. I have to say, I love you, Coolidge, and I get that you can't play the same horror movies for eternity, but yeah. Some of this stuff nowadays, I don't know. I miss the horror. And it's just not cool as ice. Stop.
Coolidge After Midnight. Horror till the dawn.
That's incorrect nowadays. Incorrect.
12-hour marathon. Someday I'm going to record that song. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Nothing. Yeah, Posse.
Yeah, take a look at that lineup.
CB4. Cool as Ice, the Vanilla Ice movie. But the 22nd annual. Did you find it?
Yeah, are we doing will call? Yes. I'd like to.
Either way is fine. Yeah, either way it doesn't matter. I already got it, but yeah.
Yeah.
But very cool. Suspiria's great. Rosemary's Baby's great.
Amazing.
That's one of, I think that's like a perfect movie in my mind. Rosemary's Baby. And the Blair Witch Project. Usually they give you 2 headliners. This time they gave us a 3.
3. Crazy. Blair Witch Project in the theater. I remember seeing it when it came out in the theater.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it since then. I believe we've seen Rosemary's Baby and Suspiria in the theater since then, but it'd be very cool to see again.
I will be very happy to see it again. I remember when I saw Blair Witch, I'd been going out a lot with my friends who maybe they didn't like horror movies as much as me, but they liked doing creepy things like going into abandoned buildings and bunkers and all kinds of stuff like that. We were out in the woods all the time at night. And we went to Blair Witch, me and 2 other friends, and we were like hiding in each other's arms. These 2 guys, they were hiding in their own arms, like 2 very manly men.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was great. I remember all the hype at the time. It was great.
Yeah, it was that really at the perfect time. It was like the internet was out there enough to promote it, but it wasn't big enough to, I think, ruin it. That it wasn't, it wasn't a real, instance. So there was like enough doubt. It was a really weird thing. I do think if you never saw it, I do think to watch it today for the first time, I don't know how it might not have the same oomph because all of that build, at the time, and then you go see it, and now plus there were so many like clones of it after that, which you probably have seen even if you haven't seen Blair Witch. So I don't know how it would be to watch it for the first time, never seeing it before.
Is this the year we're gonna dress up like?
We were years ago. We were going to dress up as the what are the old people from the cast? That would be pretty awesome. But yeah, I don't know.
I think
I'll have to look
fantastic.
into it. I'll have to. I
just don't know who's going to be who.
What?
Who's Roman?
Oh. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out some ideas. It'll be a good time though.
Yeah.
I'm wearing this Mothman hat. I said I bought this Mothman hat for Genre Blast, and then they're like, someone yelled at me, same person. That's West Virginia, not Virginia. I was like, oh. Whatever.
Oh my god.
Still a pretty sweet hat though.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But yeah, it's very exciting. It's always exciting. We have a great time. One of my favorite things we do. I go and see all these horror movies. And what other movies do you think we'll see for witches?
For witches? Well, I would guess probably The Witch.
Maybe. You'd think that might have been a headliner though, The Witch.
Yeah, but they always sneak in something that you think would be the headliner.
Pumpkinhead. Pumpkinhead is a great witch. A very underrated witch.
No.
Great witch.
There's too many other great witches.
It's one of the greatest witches in movies. She's not in it a lot is the only thing, I guess. The Wizard of Oz.
Hopefully no.
What?
Not that I hate The Wizard of Oz.
No, but it wouldn't really fit the
probably the one with Donald Sutherland, because those 2 women are kind of witches. So
maybe
like,
Lords of Salem.
Yeah, that would make sense. Do you know the movie I'm talking about? God, I can't remember what it's called. It's older. It's from the 70s, I guess. Donald Sutherland. is like an architect or whatever, and he's home with his wife. They've got a little girl, and she drowns in a lake. Or
Oh,
like
they played. I've never actually seen that movie, and I know they did it at midnight a few years ago. I've
Yeah,
never seen it,
it's a good movie.
so that would be fine by me since I've not seen it.
Yeah, and maybe they don't qualify as witches, but there are these two women in it, and they seem very much like witches.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Other witch movies, dang.
What's the big one with the three witches? I feel like it's
The
blasphemy, but I really don't think it's a good movie.
Three witches. Tell me more. Give
It's
me
a
more.
comedy with the three comedy horror movie with
Oh,
the
please no, Hocus Pocus.
Hocus Pocus. Yeah, and most people are like think it's the greatest, but I'm not a fan.
I don't know. No. Did we see that together? I saw it, I think this
I
past
don't know.
year because I felt like I had to. And I was not a fan. Sorry to Hocus
Did you ever
Pocus.
see Gretel and Hansel? That's probably might be too. It would probably be too new to show for that. I actually thought that was really good. I know Halloween 3 is the season of the witch, but I don't know if there's not really a witch in it.
Other good ones. Let me see. I have so many witch movies I like. Let me just check out.
I can't think of many
Autopsy
movies
of
with
Jane
actual
Doe.
witches. What is it, sorry?
Autopsy of Jane Doe.
Oh, that's an awesome movie. I
Yeah.
know. Interesting. I went into that not knowing really much about it, and it really was like that was one of my favorite horror movies that year because like it really like I don't know what's happening while you're watching it.
Yeah. It's so clever. Definite witch movie. She's total 100% witchery.
That would be great if they would show it.
It would be awesome. What else have we got here?
Can you show Warlock even though it's a warlock?
I don't know. I think he's pretty loose with his interpretations.
That's very true. Since I mention it all the
What did they have
time.
last-
With the,
Yeah.
and he passed away recently, so
If they're gonna put in an old movie, they might do City of the Dead with Christopher Lee. If they get that, that's witches. I don't know if you've seen that. It's like there's this kind of Lovecraftian where there's like this little town that's mysterious and some people don't even know it exists, and there's a hotel there, and Christopher Lee is a professor, and they're kind of like luring someone in for ritual purposes. And it's a coven of witches, and yeah.
Oh, maybe the Coven.
The coven.
With the four teenage witches.
The Craft.
That's what I'm thinking of. The Craft. The
That-
Craft. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
There's so many. I love the witch movies. I don't know why I can't have more just pop right into my
It'll
head.
be fun if there's some ones that we're not even
Drag Me
thinking
to
of.
Hell.
What is? Oh, that I love Drag Me to Hell. Yeah. Then you could also do the Wolfman.
That's true.
Thinner. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
particularly
just-
good, but
My goodness.
the book is great. But boy, that movie's not so swinging. But yeah, I love Drag Me to Hell. That's a movie I always bring up when people say you can't make good horror movies that are PG-13, but that's a great PG-13 horror. It's just a great movie, I think.
It is great. I watched that again recently. I can't remember what prompted me to watch it, but it was just so
I love it.
excellent.
That would be a fun one.
Yeah.
It's really fun that's a fun movie, so.
I think there's some ones that really border on like Satanism,
Right.
like the presentation. Because
Even Rosemary's Baby is more it probably is more Satanist than witch, but
I think they bring up witches in the like when they're looking.
well, there's a
at,
lot about what she's given her and stuff, which is very more
I
witch
think when she goes and reads that's all of them witches.
Right.
Yeah, and it goes through all of that.
So I guess Warlock does fit in then, since that could.
Because I was looking at my movie list and I thought, well, maybe House of the Devil, but then maybe that's just Satanist. But that's
a
old
really good
woman is
movie,
kinda
too.
like a witch.
Mm-hmm.
person, whatever the hell, is Witchley. My God.
It'll be fun.
It will be fun.
It'll be. They usually do an old one, so maybe some old movie I'm not even thinking of will pop up, which might be
That's
cool.
why I'm wondering about the Christopher Lee one. I think that could be a thing. But there's usually shitty ones too, so it's like, what are the
Yeah,
shit?
I know.
There's like always at least one sleeper,
right.
which is fine because I can
Yeah.
use an app.
Yeah, and then there's alternate ones where we go into the other.
I hope they do that again. Did they?
I like
do
that.
1 year, didn't they?
They didn't last year, I don't think.
They did not last.
No,
year.
we just went up there and took pictures.
We took a break. I don't remember what crappy movie it was, but we took.
I don't remember. It was something we didn't care about. Definitely.
Yeah, and it was a vampire movie, so I wonder what was it? What shit fest was it?
I don't know because we saw. I remember watching just about everything.
It must have been real bad.
Yeah, I don't know what it would have been. Oh, let's see here. I did want to bring up Mad Heidi is coming out, and they're doing an extra cheese special edition.
Look at those cards.
Yeah, you got old
Nice.
school cards, and it's a very fun movie. Lots of beheading and violence.
I like this split in half Nazi image.
Yeah, it's a really bizarre movie. Really fun. Very, very a lot of gore, but it's like really over the top gore, which makes it like fun, I think. It's a really weird movie, but very fun. And Casper Van Dien really goes all out in it. Now you could tell he's just having a good time.
What's this? What is it? Sloth?
This is the movie. I think this is the
Jason
Jason Mitten.
Mitten.
Exactly, Jason Mitten horror. They made this just for Jason Mitten.
Don't
Slaughterhouse.
Oh my God, I want to see it.
Isn't he cute too? He's like,
scenes. I already hate them, and I want to see it though.
he's like,
So cute.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm curious how that's gonna. I am curious how you make a sloth a killer.
I am too. The idea of a
He's
slow
like
death.
waiting above you to drop on you. He still has to kill you, which would be slow. Maybe he's a cocaine sloth and gets fast, and then
Maybe it's heroin sloth.
I don't think heroin makes you fast.
No, that maybe it would make you sloth-like.
Oh, it makes other people? What does he
Right.
do? Drug people with heroin? I'm getting
I don't know.
story deal.
Yeah. Maybe it's Amityville sloth.
Maybe the sloth has a sidekick. What's the villain sidekick called? A co-conspirator?
For a sloth?
Yeah. I don't remember what you call it, but everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the sloth has some kind of henchman.
Is there any other animals or real snails?
It could be a human henchman.
Okay.
Maybe it's like vampires and it's the ghoul.
The Renfield, yeah.
Trolls. Yeah, the Renfield for the sloth.
He does stuff.
Maybe
He's a
Jason
little.
Mitten would be a good sloth.
He would be. Yeah. Yeah. The sloth whisperer, Jason Mitten.
I wonder if he'll meet a sloth someday. Jason Minton, former Without Your Head reviewer.
He might come to Genre Blast, I heard.
That's cool. Very nice.
Probably won't. He's a punk. No, he's a good dude. Look at this.
Whoa, what's this?
Full Moon Madness sent us this
Nice.
news. Tiny Terrors. They're blind boxes. You open them up, you don't know who you're going to get. You can get all these cool little dudes from Full Moon movies coming out this Halloween.
Man, they've got some really... Oh, Leech Woman's rad. They've got some really good Puppet Master ones there.
Yeah, and then they got Ginger Dead Man, Baby Oopsie, the Bong, Evil Bong. But I'll be honest, I would want a Puppet Master guy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Although Radu is pretty cool too, I have to say, the vampire.
Yeah.
They made a new Radu a new subspecies. It's on Tubi, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
You seen
And
it?
it's the same. No, but it's the same guy. It's the original guy. Like 30 years
Wow.
later.
That's great.
Yeah. We should check it out.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think of a Amityville month? But we don't actually get guests on from the real ones. It's all like from the dumbass ones.
I want to see. I think it is called Amityville Karen.
It is.
It's just, it makes me laugh. I don't know. Maybe we have to pull a Michael Epstein and just see like
All these will not watch themselves.
Yeah. Amityville Karen will not watch itself.
Mike Ferguson. Oh, Carl Solomon's in it.
Get out. Really?
Oh, it's written by Julie Ann Prescott.
What? Amityville
It's
Karen?
written by Julie Ann Prescott.
Get
Yeah,
out.
we knew her from conventions.
She was really nice. I really liked her. Well, good for her.
Mhm.
Cool.
Maybe we could probably. Well, I don't know if she would, but I bet we could probably get her on.
Yeah.
Talk about Amityville Karen.
Yeah.
Mike Ferguson's
I wanna
also
know.
in it, former guest.
Who is this?
Mike Ferguson.
Oh.
He's a big, mean-looking dude, but he's
Yeah.
a very cool, nerdy guy.
Yes.
That's his own words. He's got it covered tattoos, but it's cool stuff like Planet of the Apes and stuff.
That's awesome.
He is a really cool guy, honestly.
Whoa. What an interesting crowd of people. Sean Phillips is in it, man.
Mm,
The guy is everywhere. Still,
can't say I'm a big fan, but
well, I don't know him. Other than through Facebook. That's all I know. In personal experience.
Amityville Vibrator. I'm not sure I know anyone in it.
Well, I don't even know where we would see that.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll look into this. Maybe it'll be something we'll do it. It'll be fun at some point. But wow, it's weird to even think that Halloween's not that far away. Couple months away.
It'll fall like the past couple of days, getting down to be.
Yeah, actually, my knees are kind of chilly down here right now, and normally it's, which I prefer at the moment. But I know not too long I'll be chilly.
Yeah, I don't want summer. I know there's a lot of people that are anti-summer, but there's a lot of cool things to do in the summer.
I agree. As I get older, I prefer the warmer weather.
Yeah, it's nice. I can't go swimming in the lake. I could go swimming in the lake in different time of year, but I won't want to swim in the lake in different time of year. I want to go swim in the lake.
Is that a new chair?
It is a new chair.
It looks very comfortable.
It's very comfortable. I recommend. Well, let me test it because it's brand new. So I will keep you posted. But so far, I'm pretty happy. Other than my butt is too wide. So if you have a wide butt, it's too wide. It's uncomfortable. So I had to put a cushion there. So Downwinks. It's a real company. I looked into it. It's not just like a flyby Amazon different next week company. But yeah, it's got like it doesn't have like a flip up, like, you know, if you're sitting in a recliner and it flips up.
Right.
It has like it comes out. It's like these two bars with a pad. It comes out and you flip down the pad. So my legs are like not bent, which is good for circulation. And I'm on my butt all day for work. So yeah, it's good. I'll keep you posted.
No.
It can be like, it goes like back all smooth. It's freaking awesome.
Very good.
Oh! It goes really far back. I didn't said that before. It goes really, really far back. And that scared me. I thought, I'm going to wipe out. Maybe it's wonderful. Maybe I could sleep on it if I felt like it. But in this moment, I'm now frightened. My heart's like, yes.
Next week, if you're free, next weekend, the last voyage of the Demeter.
Next weekend is I believe I shall be free the weekend of the 12th.
Yes.
Check that out.
I think it's the 13th is the Sunday, right? Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be cool.
I will be free.
Because I'm dying to see the last Voyage of the Demeter. That'll be a great one to do.
I'm a fan of the Dracula character in the stories, and there's so many different tellings of that tale. So
It's cool to see one, all about this one, the one part of the story.
Yeah, and it's a great part of the story, even just in that short little length, because it inspires so much imagination of the crew slowly dying off.
And I like a more monstrous Dracula, more Nosferatu side of Dracula, so that has me excited.
Yeah, this is beyond the Nosferatu. This is like the beast mode.
Yeah, I'm very excited. So.
I wonder if he's gonna be human at all, or is he gonna?
It's interesting. I like that they don't give you too much in the trailer.
Yes, it's exciting. I hope it's good. I'll be so sad if it's not good.
And I know I will be too. This one I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I feel like there's some childlike emotional investment in this.
So also I had mentioned, I was going to announce the first 2 episodes. So coming up, the new addition to Without Your Head is Saturday Night Frights.
Which is what?
So it's going to be a live, well, not necessarily live because it's made, but we're going to show a feature film and then a live Q&A. We've done these before different days, but I'm going to start doing them Saturday nights. I think is a fun time.
Every Saturday?
No. But
okay.
But when we do them, they'll be on Saturday nights.
Got it.
Probably, I would like to do maybe one a month.
Gotcha.
But I do have the first 2 episodes that'll be coming up. The first one will be next Saturday, the 12th. And that will be Bathtub Shark Attack.
Not for me.
Bathtub Shark Attack will be the first episode next week.
Not for
by
me.
Madeline Deering. Very cool, former guest.
Great, but that's like childhood phobia all over the map.
And then next,
thing to be afraid of, but you can't choose your phobias.
Bathtub Shark Attack. And then sometime next month will be Little Green People.
That looks cute.
It is. It's very cute. By Ty Chaman and Kirsten. I have the name here. Skeet, yes. Oh, yeah, it's right there. I had it written down, too. I was trying to find my notes. But, yeah, it's right there on the poster. But very cool. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, you all enjoy the shark movie.
All right.
I've moved past those fears, and I don't need to be pulled back.
I might change it to Saturday Frights because Madeline won't be able to do it late at night. So, but who cares? It could be Saturday Night Frights at 5 o'clock. Why not?
Are you going to have it the same time every time?
No, whatever works for people is probably going to be easiest because I know some people have different schedules. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that also allows for people who are fans of the show to be able to access things at different times, which could be good.
Yeah, because when we do the movies, a lot of people in England watch and stuff, and they're 5 hours ahead of us. So.
Yeah.
If we get real late, it's going to be like 3 in the morning.
Families,
and so, yeah,
there's all kinds of things.
Right.
So,
But either way, it'll be fun. These are always fun to do.
Yeah.
Vic says with a name like Bathtub Shark Attack, it's got to be good.
Unless you have a childhood phobia of sharks materializing in the tub.
AJ,
I'd be like, that's not little me. That's not possible. It can't happen. It's not possible. But I didn't. My imagination was so crazy. I just imagined it like materializing, just over and over and just over and over and over. I'd just imagine the shark like materializing, and I'd just be there, and like the shape of the tub would become the shark's head. But that's not possible. That's not possible. And then in my mind, I was like, but you could be the first. And then what if I die in the bathtub shark? And so I would be in hell dying. And then like people either come in, like I don't respond, I don't get out of the shower or whatever, and people like knock on the door, blah, 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 blah. And they come in and two things: either I'm there and dead and no one knows why, or I'm gone. Don't steal my fucking ideas, people, because those are great ideas.
It's very dark here. Yeah.
It's very scary to think about. I don't recommend any children have that fear. I did still shower. Quickly.
AJ Righty. Check out Reality Z on Netflix. I recommend it.
Reality Z. I'm unaware of Reality Z. Are you aware of Reality Z? Like I said earlier with Frank, you just get steered down particular paths on Netflix, so I'm gonna be curious here.
Oh, it's a series.
Reality Z.
A zombie apocalypse that imprisons participants and producers of a reality show called Olimpo, the House of the Gods. Weird.
Studio becomes a shelter for those who seek salvation in Rio de Janeiro, where chaos and hopelessness begin to rule.
Where chaos
Zombie
and
apocalypse
hopelessness begin to rule.
I said that. Maybe I was frozen because you were just frozen. So
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure
think.
what
Yeah. No problem.
yeah, zombie apocalypse just doesn't ever go out of style. It's
weird.
You know, like zombie apocalypse picked up obviously with that movie, not the movie, Walking Dead.
You're right.
And the biggest thing ever, and grabbed like the masses, not just horror people. And how long ago did those come out? Like over 10 years ago, easily.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. And now the spin-offs are on now.
How many spin-offs are there?
There's at least 2. There was at least 3. I think the one didn't last very long, but I think there's 2 currently on.
Wow.
Then I think there might be another one coming. Then they were going to do like movies about what happened to Rick. But I don't know. I'll be honest, I need to still watch the last season.
I stopped a long time ago. I wasn't into it.
Then I realized
2010.
I know there's no ending because I was told that it just sets up the spin-offs, which does not really make me want to finish watching them. If there's like a clear ending, it's there was an ending to the comics.
It's interesting because I know when you watch movies, you'll say you don't mind when they don't end.
Not necessarily. Not if it leaves it open to interpretation or something. But I don't really like a movie that hasn't where it's a cliffhanger to the next one. I'm not a big fan of that. And this, I mean, you spend, especially a series, is even different because you spend like a decade watching this, and then the payoff is you got to go watch this other show for
13
who knows how long.
Damn.
When the comic book ended, he didn't tell anyone in advance. So I used to get the comic book in the mail. So I get the comic book in the mail, and I'm just reading it, and it's the end. It just ends.
Wow.
He didn't tell anyone in advance, and I was like, whoa. It's pretty wild.
Walking Dead. Got, oops.
Apparently,
Fear the Walking Dead, Walking Dead, Dead City, Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live. It's all kinds of Walking Deads. I'm glad I got out of that shit.
I love Negan, and I actually think they picked a great guy to play him in the show. I know some people stopped watching with Negan, but I actually thought the show got better with Negan.
People stopped watching with him
because it got too dark. But I thought he's a great villain. But I'll say this: I haven't watched the spinoff, so I don't know how they're doing it. But I have a hard time wrapping my mind around that. She watched Negan beat her husband, the father of her child, over the head in front of her for no reason to death with a baseball bat. It's a horrific death. It was the biggest thing in the comic, and it's very horrific in the TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Now the show is about those two being like I don't know necessarily buddies, but they're traveling partners. I can't really see how someone would forgive making you watch them beat your husband to death with a baseball bat.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big person, I guess, or someone that just needed to survive. Like, does she just with him to survive?
I don't know. I don't know how they deal with it.
Yeah.
That's not what happens in the comic, though.
Mm.
The comic the Negan stuff was really good in the show that I saw too. But in the comic book, they start to they come to a thing where instead of killing him, they lock him up.
Mm-hmm.
Because Rick's like a stand, like to rebuild society, we have to have laws, and we can't just kill people.
Mm-hmm.
And so they actually then they do a thing where they like over like it kind of skips time a little bit when they're starting to rebuild everything, and he's still locked up, and he starts to have like relationships with people, like talking to people, and he tries to actually become part of the society, and he's the one who kills the leader of the Whisperers and brings her head back to them to get in with them. And it just doesn't work because they've seen him kill their friends, and he realizes this. No matter what, it's never going to happen. So he leaves, and he lives out the rest of his life. He buries his bat, which is actually he named after his dead wife, which you find out, like his backstory and stuff. And it's like, it's sad, it's somber, but he doesn't want to be this horrible guy, but he also realizes he can't take this stuff back and it's never going to work. And so he just leaves, and he's by himself out in the woods somewhere.
Weaponless.
You assume the rest of his life. You don't know what happens to him. Maybe he lives a long life, maybe he doesn't. But I thought it's a great ending. It's a great write-up to the character in the comic book.
Yeah.
And I know they changed some stuff, which is fine, but I can't wrap my head around that he would just become friends. Maybe he could become friends with someone else in the show, but like the widow of the guy he beats to death.
I wonder what the audience who enjoys the show thinks about that.
I don't know.
I'm sure. Negan did become a popular character as well. Maybe a divisive character, but very popular.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they wanted to keep him around because people liked him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, didn't Daryl Dixon was around for eternity, and I don't think he did. How long was he in the comic book?
Never. He's not even in the comic.
There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, they changed several. Like they all got the hat was in it longer.
I love the old guy.
His death in the comic was pretty. It was sad, but it's very memorable. Very memorable.
Yeah, him, and there was one other person I liked in the first episode, I think. Or maybe after he died, another person came along that I thought was fine, and then that person died. I'm like, fuck this show. I don't like any of these other people. They just suck.
They did run into the problem, I think, I watched it till the last season or two, is they killed off so many of the characters that you really were invested in, and then it became like all these people that like they still had Daryl and stuff, but he wasn't really in it that much. But it was like all these new people, and I was like, even though I watch it all, I was like at a point like I don't barely even know who this person is. Like, what's happening? Like. And there was a very, if you watch a show at all, you could tell when someone was going to die, because it would be like a character that didn't do very much. Then all of a sudden, a whole episode's dedicated to this person. Like, gee, now I'm supposed to care about him. I wonder what's going to happen. And it happened very often, over and over. I was like,
Jeez. What else is going on? Oh, how do you feel about
Mike Bessler, any thoughts on the new Toxic Avenger reboot? Today I learned that the Toxic Crusader toy line is being reimagined, reissued. I don't know enough about it to have an opinion. It seems there does seem something inherently wrong about making like a big Hollywood remake of the Toxic Avenger. Not even just the movie itself. It's like Trauma is like a symbol of like small independent movie to make a. And I don't want to attack. I'm sure he's getting paid very well, and I understand all this, but it just doesn't feel right. But I'll have to see a trailer and stuff to know if the movie is going to look good or not.
Elijah Wood.
What were you saying before that?
Elijah Wood is part of this Toxic Avenger project.
Oh, he is.
So immediately I'm like, oh, all right, I feel all right about it. It's funny because as I was looking at this article, I was literally thinking, well, maybe the money from this movie will be like when Elijah Wood does a big film, gets money, and then uses it to do other things. And lo and behold, he's literally in the movie.
Yes. And Peter Dinklage.
Peter Dinklage, Kevin Bacon. There's some other names in here that apparently are relevant to people who are more aware than myself. Julia Davis, Taylor Page, and Jacob Tremblay.
Oh.
Contemporary reimagining. Literally, oh, I know this John Squires guy. He's got a great little logo. Yeah. So I'm in it because, like, solely on on Elijah Wood's name and his involvement, because I know he likes to be a part of just these batshit crazy horror things. And I think if he's in it, like he was involved in Greasy Strangler, he was in Maniac.
Mm-hmm.
So I have faith. I'm now just gonna look forward to it being awesome.
I'm with you. I agree with it 100% with I still don't even know what Michael Hurts looks like. I probably could look that up, but you always see Lloyd Kaufman, but yeah. In my mind, he doesn't exist. He's just like someone that's just made up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure he does. Hopefully someday we get out to... he invited us several times.
Did he?
Yeah, on the last show he invited us out to Trauma, Bill.
That's right. Yes. I would love to go.
Yeah.
I would love to go. It's not that far away.
No. Macon Blair, he also made The Hunt. At least that's showing there.
Was The Hunt the horror movie where they're in the woods and there's like... I don't know. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, it is. Oh, no, he was in it. I'm sorry. He was in it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
That was another very divisive movie.
Yeah. It was like this cult in the woods, right?
No, they like took him out in the woods and they hunted the Republicans.
Oh, that one. Oh,
mm-hmm.
That was terrible. I just didn't like it as a movie at all. I don't think I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it.
I wasn't a big fan either.
No, it wasn't entertaining. It didn't matter. The political stuff was just blah.
I don't think it really had a stance on anything, honestly.
No. It was a gimmick for a movie that really wasn't that interesting. And the gimmick didn't make it more interesting to me. What do you think about Pee Wee Herman? I brought up Pee Wee Herman and crowd of people that I thought would care, and they were not interested in his demise.
Really?
They were very anti-Pee Wee.
I have seen some of that online.
In that crowd who were quiet, and there were people who were vocally anti-Pee Wee. Yeah.
I'm a big Pee Wee Herman fan, and I thought, it's terrible. I think he passed away. I was always a big fan. I was a big fan even before the Pee Wee Herman character. The first time I saw him, I was probably way too young to watch these movies, but first time I saw him was in Cheech and Chong's, I think it's next movie, when he's doing I'm the Hamburger Man. I used to be able to do that real well, but I don't. I'd have to hear it again. But I remember being a kid and just kept doing that over and over. And
awesome.
But I always liked him. And honestly, I didn't see Pee Wee's Big Adventure till later on with you at the when we went to
crazy.
see it, and I never watched the show, but I always liked him on in interviews, and I liked the idea of him.
Man, Pee Wee.
My aunt's a big was a huge Pee Wee Herman fan, or still is, I guess. And my aunt had a major surgery yesterday.
Oh,
It
how'd it go?
was well, we did not know. It was concerning that she would make it through it, but we haven't heard from her yet. But we did hear from her daughter, my cousin, last night, that the doctor said it was a success.
That's great. Good.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, hopefully she will be mending and all right.
Trying to find a picture. So, as Annabelle says, my Stephen King town, there's a lot of weirdness going on. And one of the weird things, one night I was walking down, it was like dusk, and I noticed like a ventriloquist dummy in a tree. And I was like, what the hell? And I find ventriloquist dummies one of the few things that are creepy to me. And I was like, whoa. And then a few weeks later, it was replaced with a Pee Wee Herman doll. And so I don't know what happened to the ventriloquist, if someone took it, or whoever was doing this. I did find out recently who was doing it, and it was replaced with the Pee Wee Herman doll. And then, like on Easter, they would put Easter bunny ears on it and little basket of eggs. And in the winter, they had a sweater, a scarf,
Yeah.
and then they had the Santa hat. Different times that have different things, and so the day he passed away, he had sunglasses, but the next day, I walked by, and he had a little mini chalkboard written Pee Wee Herman R.I.P. and a little glass jar with flowers in, and I was taking pictures, and here a little old woman came up to me whose doll that is, and started talking to me, and so it was the first time I get to see
Wow.
whose Pee Wee Herman doll it was.
Wow. How old do you think the little old woman is?
Pretty old. I'd say probably in her 80s.
Wow. What'd she act like? Like, I just imagine this, like, sweet little lady.
Yeah, she was a very sweet little old lady. That street has some interesting people. One of the houses not far from it has a little has like a little door on a tree with like little gnomes, so it's almost like they live in the tree. And the two women at that one, they have a barn sale every once in a while, and they sell like some knickknacks, but they sell some weird stuff too. And they sell a lot of like horror movie stuff, and I'm like, I think these are pretty cool ladies.
Sounds like a good street.
Yeah, it is. And that's
They have
the
one of those
street.
book things.
That's
as
the
well?
same women have this. Yeah, the same two women that have the take
Little
one.
tiny library.
Yeah, and they also
my
just
God.
have free stuff once in a while.
I love the tiny libraries.
Yeah, take one, leave one library.
Yeah.
And often it's got some weird books in there, and so I think they're into some weird stuff, which I'm all about.
I got Frankenstein out of one of those ones. There's a
Oh,
whole bunch
really?
of junk, and then I'm still meaning to finish it. It's
I got a
good.
book out of there called Cape Odd, and it's all about bizarre like things on Cape Cod.
Legends and such.
hmm
hmm It's very cool. Yeah, there's some bad stuff out there about Pee Wee, but I've done my research and
I have as well.
I feel confident about Pee Wee's just
I
being
agree.
a guy who was sensationalized for sensationalized reasons. Oh, his skin tone is not very nice in that picture.
It's honestly it's coming up weird on here, but the
Okay.
picture on my Facebook looks
Oh,
different.
Pee Wee.
But yeah, it's very cute. So
Very-
hopefully they keep him up. I'm not sure what will happen though.
There's no way they can take him down. No way. You gotta keep Pee Wee up there. Pee Wee is not just a man. He is an idea. An idea that cannot be killed. There is a little Pee Wee in all of us. And that sounds really bizarre. But yeah, he was huge after he passed, and I started thinking about like, my God, there's massive amounts of me that come from my influence. I was influenced by Pee Wee Herman heavily. like all the massive amounts of toys and what is it? What's that machine when you have, it's like a mousetrap game where it's like one thing, Carl Ruberg or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
I know what you're saying, but
Yeah. Oh, that's a sweet shirt.
yeah, it's a whole great outfit there. MTV and a
I don't know what
banana
the hell
hat.
is going on that hat, so I'm not going
It's
to
got
say it's a sweet hat.
it's got bananas on it.
They're brown.
They're yellow. Again, I don't know why the colors are coming up weird when I
Oh.
share this. I don't know if it's always that way or not.
Yeah. Pee-wee's awesome. That movie. He got me. I don't know how much you remember it. That's the thing, is I could be like, I remember this, and you'll be like, I saw it once. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I should watch it again.
I want to watch it again. I haven't yet.
I probably did see it honestly when I was a kid too, but seeing again was the first time I'd saw it. It's just seen it since I was an adult.
I had it on VHS. I think. Can't remember if I got it before Batman for Christmas, but it was a Christmas article from like someone who is too old to be giving it. So I'm sure that person gave money to my family and they bought it. I'm like, it's from Uncle Joe. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Uncle Joe's like 90.
Yeah.
He doesn't go outside, but thank you, Uncle Joe. So yeah, and I just watched it religiously. So that and horror movies combined led to this person you see today.
I have a large Marge patch and I never put anything. I got
Marge. Scariest thing.
it is.
He was as scary as sharks. Large Marge. So scary.
Yeah.
I had to like close my eyes during that scene. I knew exactly what was going to happen. And I tried to get over it by pausing it, like slow pausing, like her face changed. It was more horrifying. It was worse.
Almost looks like one of the people in Talk to Me that they summon.
So scary. If you see her face as it starts to change, and oh my god, it's terrifying. The things you see when you slow down stop motion, quite impressive. R.I.P. Pee-wee.
Yeah, rest in peace, Pee-wee.
Mr. Paul Rubens. What else going on out there?
The same day, you probably wouldn't know, but exotic Adrian Street passed away the same day as Pee Wee Herman.
Who is this?
He's a professional wrestler in England and in Memphis. Was a really cool character, and was a nice guy. I never had him on the show, but I talked to him on Facebook. He had a brain surgery, and then a couple days later, he passed away, unfortunately.
Oh, wow. How old was he?
He was in his 80s. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. Even older. That's a tough time to be having surgery. At that age.
Yeah.
They must have really thought that it could be successful, because usually they don't want to put anybody under.
Right. Either they thought it would, or there was, I guess, no other alternative. But even that, they.
Yeah. Wow. Huh. Oh, I've just seen the time, and I do need to go. So on that very sad, dying people. It's always a good way to leave the show with death.
Yes. But we'll be back next week.
We will be back next week. And who are we seeing next week?
August Underground.
That's right. Batman horror where Batman becomes interesting. Red Death, like as in the Vincent Price movie, because that's one of my absolute favorite Vincent Price movies is Mask of Red Death. I love that movie so much.
I also want. So there's some interviews that popped up that I did for Fantasia Fest. There's a for Devils is up there. It's fairly short, but it's all I could do. And hundreds of beavers. And the hundreds of beavers guys are very fun. And unfortunately, Annabelle couldn't be there. But I really like these guys. And then I found out that they have a previous movie that looks really great too, and it's on Tubi. Mm-hmm. And it's an actual horror movie, but it's still in the same world as not same world, but same kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And so I talked to them off air. And they are all about coming back on the show for a longer interview on the live show at some point.
Cool.
So that'll be a good time. Hundreds of Beavers, guys should when you get a chance.
Other movie that people can actually watch?
Lake Michigan Monster.
There you go. Very good. Because people
but
can
hundreds of congrats to those guys because they just get distribution by Raven's Banner, which puts out really cool stuff. They don't. I'm not gonna say I love every movie they ever put out, but anything they put out is interesting. They put out Mad Heidi, so
wow.
good.
Okay, cool. That's amazing.
They're not one of the, I won't name names, but some of those companies they'll put out like anything, but Raven's Banner always puts out stuff that's interesting.
Very cool.
I'm just going to post a real quick picture here before we end of the poster for Lake Michigan Monster. And it looks very fun. Same people in it. The two guys write all these.
I saw the trailer. It was pretty great. That sword.
Yes. Lake Michigan Monster banned in 4 lakes. So we'll have these fine folks on. It's, the interviewers
dude at the top.
What was that? Sorry?
There's like a tiny little dude at the top with a light. It looks like one.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those fish. What are they called?
Anglerfish.
Anglerfish, yeah. So I'm all about watching this.
Interesting. And this is available. It's something we can watch. That's very cool.
Yeah. He warned me. He's like, this one's really scary. And I was like, I'll be warned. I'm
feeling terrified already.
Yeah, I just found actually a still here with the anglerfish is actually in the movie.
It's gonna scare me. Will I be able to?
Very scary.
Oh my goodness! It looks straight out of Eraserhead.
Yeah, it does actually.
Oh my god!
I'm all about this. This is very
exciting. Straight out of Eraserhead. That's amazing. They made the coolest, weird little. Oh my god! Straight out of Eraserhead. That's crazy. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Very much. That's so weird. What the hell was that character, that thing?
I don't know. I have no idea. We'll find out.
It was not representative of a fish or a being. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Yeah, some kind of sea serpent.
I don't know if we're going to find out what it was, to be honest. I'm going to say we'll never know. Aged from the thousands, what was it, hundreds or thousands of beavers? I can't keep track of the demands. But that movie was very cute.
Yeah, it's very fun. I bet it would have been fun to watch with an audience too.
The only scene that took me out of it was when the girl was on the stripper pole. That was the only thing that took me out. And it was so brief, and it was just not, it was out of touch with the whole rest of the movie. But other than that, I loved it. Not because it's a woman on a stripper pole. I genuinely feel like it did not fit the
I understand. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. But great movie. I'm looking forward to seeing this Lake Monster movie. It was very silly.
Yeah, so, and they're pretty much exactly how you would expect them after watching Hundreds of Beavers.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah. I saw a video where the bigger guy who's in Hundreds of Beaver.
Yeah.
And
trapper?
The trapper. He's beating a guy he's beating one of the beavers at a festival with a steel chair. And then he picks him up and spins him around and gives him like the F5, like the Brock Lesnar move. It was pretty crazy. I was like, what the hell is this dude doing?
Awesome.
Yeah. I brought it up and he's like, oh, where was that? And I was like, have you done this so often? You don't even know where you did. Yeah.
It's amazing. And the video game thing, I know you don't really play games. Not like I play a lot of them, but there were so many things that were just like the process of finding out clues.
Oh, right.
And revealing like new maps.
Even when they're buying stuff like you need so many beavers to buy these different things.
You've unlocked X, Y, Z. You now can get the trap.
Yeah, it's super creative.
Yeah, it's just great. It was so fun. It was so fun.
Yeah, Fantasia has a lot of varying stuff too. I like that at a festival where everything's like a lot of different stuff. Something silly, something very, some somber, dark movies. So
I don't even know what you would take out of that Beaver movie. I guess there are things that could be taken out, but I really enjoyed it. I did also watch it bit by bit, because as I watch many things, it ends up sometimes being bit by bit.
mm-hmm.
But the cat, like, whole castle thing and all the stuff going on there, it was just more video game. I'm like, this is just a video game. This is the best. This is the best, like, sales pitch for a video game ever. It could absolutely 100% be a game. And it would be amazing, and I would play it.
All right. So we'll be back next week.
Yes, indeed.
Hit the like button, smash the like button. Apparently we've got a bazillion likes here already, which is very cool. Hit the like button, subscribe, hit the little bell icon, subscribe on Spotify. The two main places, Spotify and YouTube. There's other places you get it, but those are the two ones that we would like to focus on. And follow us at all the social media pages, whatever one's your favorite. Facebook is the most active one for us, but you can also follow us on Instagram, X. It's no longer Twitter, it's X.
Oh my God.
And Threads. Real quick, X.
Threads?
Why would you spend billions of dollars on something because it's so well established, everyone knows it, and then you change the name of it? I know the guy's way more money I'll ever have and all stuff, but it does not seem very smart.
I don't know if he is very smart.
Plus X, if you Google Twitter, what comes up? Twitter. You Google X, friggin' everything comes up.
I think I was reading that Microsoft technically has, like, ownership of X.
Yeah, something. And even, like, the logo, like, it's just this X. It used to be, like, a cute little bird.
Oh, did you see the Stephen King trashing of it?
No.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's great. If you're on Twitter, follow Stephen King. Let me find it. I'll share it.
If you're on X, you mean? Yeah. One day I was actually, because I don't do a lot on Twitter, but I post about the shows and stuff, and I was like, what happened to my Twitter app? And here it actually changed to X. It's just X now on my phone. I was like, what the hell?
All right, I'm gonna give you a little screenshot.
If you just started your own thing, but I don't know, why would you rebrand something that's so well known? Wasn't that the point? Why it costs so much to begin with?
Something that's already an established product.
Yeah, it's like if you bought McDonald's, you wouldn't then just rebrand it M or rebrand. Well, not even M. At least that's X has nothing to do with Twitter. You just rebrand it. Like now it's called Z. Like it doesn't make any sense. You buy Coca-Cola and rebrand it, like.
And X isn't even in Twitter.
Yeah.
Part of the name Twitter.
It'd be one thing if you did a T. It's like that's a cool way to say Twitter or something. But yeah.
No, I think he just doesn't want it to be Twitter. I don't know. It just seems just like this giant power thing where you just I'm going to take it and just make it my own and ruin it for the world.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people defend it's like, I think it's great because he's finally killed it. I'm like, okay, like.
Who cares?
Why you bought it to kill it? Like, cool. No, I don't know. It's totally.
I sent you an image,
very edgelordy thing.
Of the Stephen King thing, if you care to share. He's the best. He's so snarky.
I don't see anything here.
I sent it in the Facebook.
I don't have anything.
I think so. Who did I send it to?
Maybe send it to a different Neil.
I don't know. Maybe I sent it to myself. I think I did send it to myself. How does that happen?
I do that sometimes, but I send it to a different version of me just so I have the link.
I sent it to me.
Oh, I didn't know you could message your own self.
I didn't know that either. I just sent it. I don't even know. Well, I don't know how that happened. That's weird. All right, but it's sent to you now.
I got it.
me.
I gotta clean this up one of these days and delete all these pictures I'll post up here. It doesn't matter anyone else, but it's just hard sometimes for me to find stuff. Twitter. In case you didn't get that, Twitter. Yeah. I mean, that's just I honestly can see no plus side to doing that. It makes no logical sense to me.
You got a lot of attention.
I guess.
He just loves attention, even if it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no one likes you, sir. I was reading an article because I'm like, I know that a lot of the people that got the car, the Tesla thing,
right,
are very high chances that people who are getting all electric cars are on the more liberal leaning side.
Yeah.
And then you have someone that's just the biggest jackass ever doing all this dumb shit. And I'm like, there's no way this is good for his image. And so people are like, he's losing brand power for the car because people find him so gross that they're other people who do electric cars are going to start doing much better because people just hate this guy so much.
Well, that's good anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Tesla looks cool and all, but then I guess if they catch on fire, you can't put them out. Like,
wow.
You can't put them
I
out.
don't know.
It won't go out. You cannot extinguish the fire that is started by a Tesla. It's crazy, but it's true. You just have to wait for it to not burn. Yeah. It seems bad to me.
Yeah.
But, oh my. Anyways, it is
Hellbender are going to play us out.
What's that?
Hellbender will play us out.
Nice. Hellbender's excellent. High recommend. Watch the Addams Family movies. Awesome. Hope you all had a great time. And we will see you soon.
Listen to your lips, I listen to your eyes. I listen to my head and everything inside. I don't wanna hurt, I just wanna drive. I don't wanna hurt, I just wanna drive. Everything you said to me was empty as a bubble in the rain. Your promises were meaninglessness measured out in whispers full of pain. I don't wanna hurt, I just wanna drive. You took me for a fool, you took me for a ride. I don't wanna hurt, I just wanna ride. I don't wanna hurt, I just wanna